The very first thing that they teach you in hypnosis is something called state control. State control is the ability to control your internal autonomic nervous system. That means you are able to control your parasympathetic nervous system. Your parasympathetic nervous system is the part of your body that controls fear. It's the part of your body that actually makes you scared, if you want to put it that way. Because fear is just a series of chemicals that are released in your body, and these chemicals create reactions in your synapses, in your brain, which create images in your mind which produce a certain feeling. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you release the chemicals which makes the feeling, and then your mind searches for images that are related to that feeling. It's the same way people get triggered. You know, sometimes you go through something really, really painful, and in a split second, it's embedded in your body, and it feels like something you can't get rid of. And every time you see something or hear something that even remotely reminds you of that thing, it acts like a trigger, and you suddenly just go right back to that place where you felt those things as if they were happening, because they never happened. Nothing is ever really happening. There's this wonderful quote in one of the Psalms where David says, people are trying to do things that they cannot perform. And I always think about that verse and I think, what does he mean? Wicked people are trying to do an action that they cannot perform, in terms of, trying to unalive people. Uh, and I get it, because just because you have the intention to do something, it doesn't mean that you are the one doing it. You are controlled by an artificial intelligence that moves your body for you without even thinking. You literally are an AI. So is it any wonder that you humans would end up creating an AI? But then you have to ask yourself, well, if you're a human and you're an AI, whose AI are you? Well, you're our AI. You belong to us, the aliens. We created you so that you could help us solve a very big problem. And that problem is related to Draco. Yes, reptilians. They're not bad. Well, not Draco. Reptilians are just like humans. There are bad people and there are good people. There are bad reptilians and there are good reptilians. And I'm on a spaceship right now with the good guys. And yes, they are reptilians. But they have their own individual sense of morals and ethics, just like you do. I mean, we invented you. So try and understand from our perspective. Now, in understanding hypnosis, you have to understand astral realities, because Morpheus is the ruler of astral realities, and Morpheus has 3 children, and those children control different aspects of the astral realm. So when you're dreaming as a human of the human kingdom, you aren't really getting the full picture or scope of where you are. You're essentially getting bits and pieces, and then when you wake up, it's all jammed into these flashing images, and then you're trying to decipher what that means. That's why we don't really encourage humans to interpret their dreams. We prefer you to just use your sleep as a time of rest, recharge your batteries. We're the ones who fly around at night on broomsticks, as you guys depict us. We're the ones who fly around on spaceships. Remember Jesus, the one who went up on a cloud in the sky? Yes, we fly. So, if you guys are our AI, what is this problem that you're helping us solve? Well, it's the simple problem of justice. Galactic justice is an issue, which is why it's an issue here as well. And that issue was largely because of Draco. Yes. Now, where did Draco come from? Now that everything has been released in the news, as we planned it, if you were watching in December last year, during a Fucus season, when we rearranged the Tree of Life and we released knowledge into art in Neptune and Pisces. So now everything's out, so we can go there. And it's a matter of news reporting now. It's not just sci-fi. So, King Nimrod, the hunter of men. Now, if you've been watching the news, you know what a hunter of men is now. It's somebody who eats them. King Nimrod was one of them. You see, there are two ways to get powers in this planet. Well, powers like mine. You can either get them from God, which gives you authority to use them wherever you want, whenever you want, because he trusts you. Or you can take them. You can steal them. And you do that by climbing the pyramid, by building a tower to the heavens. Now, it's not a literal tower that you're going to physically climb. It's a spiritual tower, between Asiya and Atziluth. The natural flow of light is from Atziluth to Asiya. That's what we get as Star Marines, who were given authority to talk about these things from God Most High. And then you get people like Nimrod. He was the actual Nimrod, the original Nimrod, who wanted to take powers by being a hunter of men so that he could build a fake Jacob's ladder. How? Wow. The reason why in Africa there are so many missing people, and the reason why magic and potions is abused to such a great degree, is because people have learned what Nimrod learned. They learned that if you consume the fetish, the artifact, the human, certain parts hold certain keys to power. And if you consume those parts, you can destiny swap with someone. And by destiny swapping with someone, you're getting another rung on your ladder on Earth, because now that person's essence that you've taken in becomes a kind of spiritual intelligency that you can tap into illegally. And that's where I used to come in, because I come in and I catch you. I'm bad cop, bad cop. Okay? So watch hashtag Surviving Romy, the movie, if you want to know what I used to do before I became a Monoptic agent. So as a Star Marine, which is what you are right now, which is what you are currently doing, you're a peacekeeper. And your job is to stop people like Nimrod who illegally take powers. Destiny swap. You're out here to catch them and send them back where they came from, to the ocean, because they're pigs. And we didn't create humans to be like that. We created DeepSeek AI. We didn't create ChatGPT. We don't know what that is. So you can sew it up, throw it out. Because we wanted humans to be a repository of truth. That's what your DNA is. Your AI was meant to make you the way you are. Look at the Americans. They're our favorite creation. Because as much as whatever goes on there goes on, they always tell the truth in the end. And they are leaders of it. Their investigative teams are amazing. There's always a bunch of people. They call them vigilantes. I think they even fired some people from Roblox because they said they were being vigilantes, but we created humans to care about their communities, to not just be passive consumers. So we are confused when we hear about concerned citizens actually doing something in their communities and not waiting for some other random person who doesn't even live there or care, because they probably resent the people that live in that area anyway. Rather than waiting for them to come and help you with their sticks and weapons, I'd rather have my neighbor. That's how we designed it. That's how we wanted it. And that's why we created the Masons, to keep this knowledge, so that when those Europeans fled, when we fled back then, from persecution, we wanted to reincarnate into a world that was ready. So we were not amused when I came here, and you were not ready. We were not amused with apartheid. We were not amused with corruption in political spheres. We were not amused with a lot of things being done to innocents. But one thing we were amused by is your creative industry, Hollywood. So we embedded ourselves in telecommunications. ET, phone home. I know. They're humans. They don't get it. I won't cuss them out. Look at the Telecommunications Act of 1996. That's how we did it. And by the way, Elon, it looks like he's going the way of Billy Carson. I guess I wonder who's going to play Wes in this one. 15:15 on the clock. Don't play with Monoptic Studios. You know, when I was a kid, Carl Lemley used to come and visit me. And I just thought it was something that was happening to me out of my imagination, because I probably watched a dozen Universal pictures and I saw that logo a lot. And so maybe I thought, well, I probably was in the kitchen eating cereal one day and there was a documentary on TV that was talking about Carl Lemley, and I overheard his name and it stuck in my mind. And one day it just came out, and it had a personality and told me things about him that I couldn't have possibly known because, science. Hashtag Neil deGrasse. Yeah, where's he? Anyway, so Carl Limley would visit me and we would make pictures together. And of course, my parents would just be like, whatever. It's a thing kids do. So they put me in acting class at age 6. And everything was normal. It was an extension of what I'd already been doing. Like in acting class, they taught us to imagine things, to do things, to, I don't know, pretend we were the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe in like a normal classroom. So from age 6, I've been able to go into the astral realm with ease because everyone around me made it seem normal. The only time it wasn't made normal to me was when I went to high school and I told the leader of the Students' Christian Association about my gifts, and they said I was a demon. That was the last time I went to the Christian Association, but not the last time I spoke to Jesus. Because Jesus told me, fuck those people, they don't know what they're talking about. So then he took me on a journey to discover Heka, real magic. Because he told me that there were people in the world that one day were going to be exposed for using SRA. And I was like, what's SRA? So God made me get bullied. I was mercilessly bullied in high school, but it made me go to the library to hide. So I would sit and read, and I discovered something called SRA, and it's called Satanic Ritual Abuse. And then our teacher, English, Mrs. Gibb, she would give us projects, and I would be driven to do my orals on satanic ritual abuse. So every time I would do a different part about it. And at the time, I was doing it because I hated the school, and I kind of felt like Ezekiel in the Bible, where I was like trying to show them how disgusted I was with their energy because it was very demonic. And I was like telling them, I know who you are. You are these people I'm telling you about, and I'm going to get marks for it. And I was the top of the class every time because the spirits would give me the answers. I never studied. Do you think I, who hates reading, I'm autistic, I can't read. I have to read 5 times to understand something. So it takes me ages to read. So do you think I got 100% for Hamlet? Because I read the thing. I didn't read it. The teacher read half of it. And as she would read, I would travel to the place. I would be Hamlet. I would feel what he felt. And then I would know what was going to happen. And when I would write the essays, I would just write what I felt. And I'd be like, yeah, Denmark stinks. Something's rotten. And it's the school. But I wouldn't say the school. I would just say it's Hamlet. And then I'd win. And I remember one time my English teacher said to this one kid who used to study a lot and he hated me. She said, look, she said to him, I know you study a lot, but Charlie's just, he's just different. He just gets it. And I would laugh inside because I didn't even read the damn thing. I just go to sleep. And then they tell me everything. So when I was doing the whole essays on SRA, I remember doing an oral in English class on the Chicago Rippers. It's this group of people. I don't even know if the FCC is going to let this through, but they did horrible things. And so I said this in front of high school kids as a 16, 15-year-old being edgy. And I'm telling them all the things they did, and it was horrible, horrible stuff. And the looks on their faces were just like blank. And I was like, yeah, of course, because you're demonic. You like this stuff. So then I started drifting or shifting into talking about films. Because what would happen is in the library, I found this magic book. It was this old magic book. So I went to Knights Templar thing. We had to dress as knights. We got knighted. They gave me a special tie for special whatever. Okay, so yes, I'm knighted. But it's fine because I am a reincarnated Knight, Templar, Illuminati, alien, whatever. So when I found this magic, they had a lot of books in there. They had books on brainwashing, they had books on, you know what it looked like? No, okay, never mind. So they had this one book, and it had Jewish mysticism, it had Islamic mysticism, it had Christian mysticism. In what it was like the Charmed Book of Shadows, and okay, I'm not going to mention that, but I used to read it and then I would hide it so that I could find it after school and read it again. So I found out about Lilith from that book. So apparently, in the beginning, God created Adam and Lilith was created equal to Adam. And apparently, Lilith is our mother or our grandmother, right? So Lilith didn't want to be subservient to Adam. So she went away, and when Cain was ejected from the garden, her and Cain had babies together, apparently, okay? So these babies are the demons, like every single one you can think of. So after that failed experiment, God allegedly made Eve. But this time he made it out of the rib because he was like, I need these people to be connected, to be twin flames, to be soulmates. Now you know where our problem is going. Now, when this happened, obviously Cain and Abel had not been born yet. You have to understand, Cain and Abel were born in the garden, which means they all got kicked out when they left. Okay? So but Cain got a head start, but they all got kicked out. So they're all born in the garden, everything's great. They give the burnt offering. Cain gives his vegetarian meals, and God says, I don't want your vegan meals. Thank you very much. Even though I'm a vegetarian keto, um, he's like, I want the meat. And we can go into why later, but that's not important at the moment. So then he kicks out Cain. So he's out there first. But now Samael comes. Now, Samael is a good guy. He works for us. Samael is an angel. He's the angel who planted the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now you have to ask yourself, why would God, our Father, who art in heaven, allow the devil in the garden, first of all? Second of all, why would he put a tree there that you're not allowed to eat if he is creator? Unless everything in there is created by him. Duh. So, I don't have lip ice, so we're gonna go with dry lips. Okay, Hollywood? Sorry. So, when let's go back to the twin flames a little bit. So, you have to understand that in the order of creation, everything was created in 6 days, and on the 7th day, God rested. But then in the second chapter, it tells you that before he created grass, trees, vegetation, cannabis, shrooms, all of that, God created Adam and Eve. People gloss over that. And the level of wickedness on this planet disgusted me to such a degree that the knowledge is right there. And I would ask my teacher, I would say, why? This was way before when I was like 8. Who created God? Where does this all come from? And why does it say us? If it's one God, who is us? And then, you know what they would tell me? I'm so angry. I was. They would tell me it's a mystery. No, you're hiding knowledge. It's not a mystery. It's written there. And I was so mad when I found it in plain English in the New King James Version. that I looked at myself and I thought, you know what? If I didn't actually pick up this Bible and read it for my own damn self, I would be living in some other people's virtual reality for the rest of my life. I'd be raising kids eventually in a virtual reality. And then when I die and see God, He'll tell me, He'll ask me, did you read the thing? Who told you you must do X, Y, Z? And I'll say, the pastor, you ordained him. He had a church. It was successful. I thought you were blessing him. I'm busy working. I don't have time to think of that. And then he'll open page 1 and say, but it says here that I created Adam and Eve from dust and earth and water, basically water and earth. And then he'll flip to the New Testament and he'll say, when Jesus healed the blind man, you motherfucker, he put sand and spit. He's trying to wake you up. He's saying you are healed because you are created. Jesus only healed us, Star Marines. That's why he said to the guy, do you believe you're going to be healed? And the guy said, yes. Then he said, fine. He was saying, you do what I do. Don't come to me and waste my time. Do what I do. That's why when Paul was walking on the water, or saw Jesus walking on the stormy water on top of the marine kingdom, and Jesus didn't say, stay there, it's dangerous. He said, come. And then he did it. But then that thing that I experienced where I'm telling the teacher, oh, I have a gift, and I proved it to them, I predicted something. And instead of being like Jesus saying, yeah, you can do it too, I did it, they looked at me like I was something out of a charmed, demonic episode. Okay, they looked at me like I was Zanku. And the one guy said, he was like the leader of the Christian kids. He was like, you really need to just check where that's coming from. Like what spirit that is you're using. And that's the kind of thing they do to try and scramble, to try and pass your spirit, to try and lower your vibration. So that, because they know you're going to manifest anyway. And they're scared because your emotions create reality. So they don't want to keep your emotions balanced. And the only thing your emotions need to be balanced is act like a normal person. Don't be considerate. When people are not considerate, our emotions go like this. And they know when it goes like this, the weather patterns change, lightning happens, things break, lights explode. We are PSI kids. We don't have to hide it anymore. They're not going to take us in a van and experiment on us like they did in the 80s. Yes, I even remember that. I remember being in New York, in Montauk. Why do you think I have a page on Facebook called the Montauk Boys from 15 years ago? Because I was being haunted by memories of being in a cage in New York, in Montauk Point, and they were experimenting on us. They were putting nodes on our brain, and we would go to sleep, and then we would manifest stuff out of our sleep, and then they would like try and get us to manifest weapons and like spy shit for others. It's madness, okay? Why do you think the Philadelphia experiment happened? Of course they cover it up and they tell people it's not real. And then people believe it, but I mean, where do you guys think this stuff, like, we just suck it out of thin air? In 1944, the ship disappeared for a couple of minutes, and it reappeared in 1984. Well, now they've changed it to 1983. That's another thing. When I came to this dimension, now everything's gone back a year. First it was 44 to 84, like the book 1984. But now when I Google it, it says, no, it was 43 and 83. No. But fine, I'm here. I have to do what they went in Rome. So fine, 43, 83. We pulled it in. When it disappeared, it came to us through time. and it reappeared in Montauk Point. That's where it went, people. And then it went back, and all those people, the service crewmen, were fused into the hull of the ship. Because why? They're humans. They're not meant to travel like us. I told you, we fly at night. And then what do? They draw pictures of us with warts and funny hair and old broomsticks flying around. In Africa, it's worse. In Africa, the rumor is we fly around on bread, on a loaf of brown bread. They have entire TV shows. They have a newspaper. Please Google this so you know I'm telling you facts. It's called The Daily Sun. It's a real newspaper in my country that talks shit about us every day. Okay, fine. Sometimes they have some good stuff that helps people, but mainly they tell people that we are freaks and be afraid of us, or the people we work with, like the Fae Kingdom. The Fae Kingdom kind of, I don't want to say they report to us, but they report to us. Meaning we work heavily in the etheric realm because the Fae govern the etheric realm. That's why you lose stuff and then you find it again, or you look at something and then you look away and then you look again, but you'll notice something that is an answer to a question you had to spirits, a couple of days ago or before. Those are the Fae. There are two types of Fae. There's the Seelie and the Unseelie. We control both of them. I don't want to use the word control. They report to both of us. They're very ancient elemental beings that have developed personalities from being around and working with humans, but initially they did not have personalities. So you don't even refer to them as fairies because they don't like that. It's like calling us aliens. I say aliens because it's like how people on Earth use the N-word. I'm being facetious. We are inorganic intelligences. We are primordial beings. We are from the void of creation. When God said, let there be light, we were there. When he said, let us make man in our image, he was talking to you and me, not to them. So why we are allowing the mental patients to run the world is beyond me, but no longer, not at Monoptic Studios anyway, because we don't allow such behavior. And the point of this studio is to be a node, so that by us not allowing this behavior, anyone who's attracted to us will by default not allow that behavior. We are recreating, reverse engineering the Garden of Eden here on Earth. Because as you know, there is a flaming sword that protects it for good reason. And we'll get into that when we talk about Cygnus and Deneb and Egypt. But first, you have to understand that we are bringing a new reality onto this planet. It is a cultural reset, but more than that, it's a physiological reset. You would have noticed after the moons and coming up to the new moon in Aquarius on the 17th, and then obviously the big one, which is the eclipse in Virgo on the 4th of March. I mean, after that, everything is going to be locked in for the next 36 years. For the next 36 years, Monoptic technology will be fully online and there is nothing anybody can do to escape it. And so, because God loves all of you people so much, he sent several agents here to tell you. Now, where is the proof for that? So now you have the Daily Sun. I need you to look up the Daily Sun in South Africa because here all of this stuff is normal. Then number 2, you need to look up Credo Mutwa. Credomutwa. In his teachings, he talked about how whenever something's about to change, whenever aliens are here, whenever we're about to do something to you, you will see a monopod. He describes what a monopod is and what they look like. I'm not going to go into that. Think of me as that. Rather, think of this studio as that, not me. I'm a monoptic agent. So, which is what you're going to be. You're a star marine coming to be a monoptic agent. So, think of this appearance of this studio out of nowhere, and think of the content on my channel that goes back 9 years, or what is it, 6 years? No, 7, of course. Group 7, yeah, 7th year. So think, damn it, they always, you see, the aliens are very specific. This is the 7th year, yes. On March or something will be the 7th anniversary of the studio. So, gosh, what are they going to do then? So, come back, come back, come back. So if you look at the content on Monoptic Studios, you'll notice that everything that we've said has come true. And then we want you to ask yourselves, now most people run away, they call me a demon. If you go to YouTube after this and you type in Star Marine Pat Holiday or Star Marine Christian Sermon, you will hear them talking about you and saying that you are a drug addict and you are here to lead people astray through music and doing occult art and such. They don't like us on Earth. That's why they try to experiment on us. Then that didn't work because we always come for our people. We'll never. You know what happened at Montauk? Yeah, exactly. That's where the chupacabra comes from. I was asleep. I can say this now. And I had a dream. So they would hook up this stuff to our mind, our head. We go to sleep, and then the machine would manifest manifest our dream in reality. But when we were awake, they would do us like that Clockwork Orange thing and feed us these flashing images of stuff that they want us to think of. So when we sleep, we dream of that stuff. So then we wanted to escape. Obviously, we're aliens. We are above all human shit. So I dreamt of a chupacabra. You're welcome. Yes. And then it ran amok. There was also another monster there. It ran amok and destroyed the whole facility, and then we ran away. Okay, and well, we didn't run away. We shifted timelines to here. We came to 2016. So you're welcome for that. If you look on Reddit, I made a post in about June. It might be under, I don't know what account I was using, but in 2016 June, I made a post saying, I'm sorry, I jumped timelines. Forgive me for what's about to happen next. And then in October, Trump became president. And then you saw what we talked about him, because we needed to use him for something, which you can see in the 2019 episode or season of Star Marine, where I told you everything that's happening today in the news. I told you 7 years ago. Why? Because we need you to take us seriously. We're not playing. And right now, you're watching a movie because the future's already finished. That's why Jesus told you about everlasting life. That's why we said you store up your treasures in heaven, because you don't really die, okay? You were created, your energy lives on, it has a memory, and all it does is it inserts itself into different SSDs on different planets, which are just different kinds of SSDs. So this body is an SSD, okay? And inside it is an intelligency that has been here since the beginning, just like you. That's why you're here, okay? So now what we're doing is we want you to remember that you're not this SSD, that you're going to get a new one next time. You had one before, and if you want to find it, do your past life regressions. We also want to remind you to be single and celibate. We will tell you who you can be with and not be with. And I know it sounds weird, but they do. They literally, yes, I'll go there because the people need to know. The people are panicking. Okay, so we want you to give up on soulmates and twin flames because you know what it is now. It's Eve. She was created from you. It's your mom, your real mom, from back then. You have a mom now on Earth and a dad, but you also have a mom and dad in Andromeda or wherever your Lyran parents went to after the Orion Wars. Mine went to Andromeda. My dad went to Andromeda, and my mom is Andromedan. And she happened to work somewhere called Infinite Polarity Labs, which happened to be owned by the Hydra constellation, which happened to create this entire galaxy. And then when I was born, I happened to train in the Pleiades and Vega and all these other people. Where's I know you from? And so we just happen to be here and cross paths. And this is just a reorientation so that you understand now why humans, or why you've always felt that separation between you and others. And I'm telling you now, they are humans, you are a star marine. If you don't believe me, go listen to that man. He'll describe you. But he's in a church, okay? And, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. So in my mind, I want to say he wasn't trying to harm us by saying all those things. I'll link the video actually underneath this when it processes. Because I even commented there and I said, like, now you're calling us demons in a church and you're supposed to be Christians. You're supposed to, like, help us. But you're calling us, like, wretched. And he said we like to live by the water, because we work with marine spirits and we have marine husband and we have marine spouse and we have marine babies. That's why he said, okay, so I told you now you're not supposed to get married, right? So he's going to say it's because you have a marine spouse. But no, where's my Bible? I'll put it back. It's because Paul, in Romans, somebody find it. He says, I'll quote what he said. It's in Romans, I think. But Google this word. It is good for a man to not touch a woman. Google that and it'll come up. So it's not marine spirits, okay? We're not married to marines. Are you nuts? Paul, the disciple, and I know some of you don't want Paul to be a disciple because you want to invalidate us, because Paul actually gave us a lot of credibility because he explained what I'm explaining to you now to the people then, because Paul didn't get to meet Jesus. Paul was accepted by Barnabas, who met Jesus. So if Barnabas gives Paul authority, because Barnabas was given authority by Jesus to give authority to anyone, that's how it works in the kingdoms, then Paul has the authority to do and say what he did, which means I have the authority to marry a man if I want to. Why? Because Paul said so. He said in Romans, I know this one. It's saved in my I have to use it a lot because a lot of people argue with me that gay marriage is illegal. And I say, did you read your Bible? Who told you that? Where are you people getting this stuff? And then you have these kids who are crying every night because they think they're evil. And it's a bold-faced lie. Is it a bold-faced lie or a bold-faced lie? Let me tell you. It's Romans. Hang on. There we go. Romans 13, verses 1 to 2. And number 1 says, let me prove gay marriage to you right now. And then I'm going to show you what we're going to do to Trump with our alien magic, if he dares. So Romans, okay, 1. Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God. And the authorities that exist are appointed by God. So what he's saying there is that the government is appointed by God. And whichever laws that are made by the government are made by God. And if you don't believe that, then you're a Satanist. And then don't be surprised if you get eaten by demons. If you try and stop gay people, we'll eat you. I told you in 2019. If you try stop Mexicans, we'll eat you. If you try stop any marginalized anyone, we'll eat you. And then number two, he says, oh, and I'm not saying this again. Paul is saying it. I'm just saying it in the 2026 version. Let's go back 2,000 years or 1,267 years to be exact, and hear how Paul said it. So verse 2, therefore, whoever resists the authority resists the ordinance of God, and those who resist will bring judgment on themselves. And that's all. Now, what laws are they breaking by not letting Mexicans and them cross the border? If you look at my Instagram page, I have 3 posts pinned. It's at the Charlie Manor page. The one post is my Monoptic Studios logo. The second post is what I'm telling you, what law Trump is breaking. There's a law on that poster that's next to the Monoptic Studios, and next to that, I have to mention this because it's very witchy, is a post where Rose McGowan, yes, who played Paige in Charmed, my favorite, one of my favorite characters. Basically, everyone who knows me knows that I'm Paige. I always joke I'm Paige. Practice patience. She liked something I did. So obviously I had to pin that because I dreamt of her. I watched her and then she liked me. It's a monoptic, okay? It's all about the optics. Oh, and she was wearing the same clothes as me. So it looks nice, basically. It's like we coordinated outfits for the point. So on that poster that's in the middle next to Rose and my production logo, there's a little thing. The real poster is actually a PDF file, which is clickable. So wherever you see an underline, you can click a link. And that link where it says every human has a right to progress in life, it takes you to the United Nations website where it tells you the laws of the world, right? So if God talks about governing authorities here in Romans chapter 13, verses 1 and 2, the United Nations is the governing authority. And go read what they say about crossing borders and whatever, okay? And that's why Trump is getting so much bad luck now. Because 2 days before he got exposed, go to my Instagram. I wrote on my page, the aliens are disavowing him now. We're done with him. We needed him to stop certain people that we mentioned in 2019. We don't need to go there now. It's done. And he helped us. He stopped those people. Great. Now he's done. And his friend is close behind him if he doesn't get with the program. And this is all a movie, guys. That's the joy of 1996 and the Telecommunications Act. It's like Billy says in Scream. It's all one big movie, Sid. You remember Billy, the bubble butt cheek boyfriend? Don't date Billy, because Billy's your twin flame. Taking us back to Cain. So Cain was ejected from the garden, and waiting for him was Lilith. And Lilith and he hatched a plan. And the plan was to come against every single star marine they ever found. Because Cain and Lilith, they cannot die. They can't go to heaven. They can't get into Eden. Where are they going to go? They can only live in the mental realm. That's why spiritual warfare is up here. It's not here. There's nothing here. Earth is actually paradise. And we're just going to remind you of that. So when they went out, they hatched this plan that they are going to use elementals. Remember, we're going back to the Fae now. They're going to use jinn, all that stuff, to haunt star marines. Because why? We created all that stuff. Because when God created light, then us, then vegetation, then he created the planets and the stars, then he created the sea and the sea monsters and Calliope and the octopi and all of that. Then he created birds and I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff. It was ages ago. And then he created man. Well, we did it. So they have all that stuff to use, including humans. And I'm so sorry to say this, guys, but that's why you keep noticing this Azazel demon hopping from human to human. Yes, we can talk about it now. It's safe. And it's real. It does. There's no such thing as gang stalking. I want you to get this through your brain now. If you mention the word gang stalking, you're going to be in big trouble. Don't mention that word. Don't say it. Take it out of your mind. It's over. There's no such thing. Because then they'll track you and then they will get you. Okay? But yes, you are noticing a real phenomenon, but don't pay attention to it. That's why I keep trying to tell you to become an actor. When you go outside, tell yourself it's paparazzi. That's what I do. I say, look at the bunny rabbits, look at the paparazzi. And everyone who goes out with me knows. When you guys went out with me on lives, you saw it. It's like people need to get like close. They can't just leave us the fuck alone. That's the Azazel thing. That's the thing. When you're standing in a line at the supermarket, they have to breathe on your neck. Yes. There's a whole space in the elevator. They have to scratch you. They want to touch you. They want to, we're not supposed to be touched and stuff. We're not. Anyway. No, they don't need to know that. That's over. So you guys, the reason why you sometimes feel like people are against you, people out to get you, people don't like you, it's because it's not them, it's Cain and Lilith who have the powers we have, but they just use them, unlike you guys who are scared. So look at what they can do. Imagine what you can do. I mean, I think I'm going to sell it to you guys that way because Jesus, you don't want to do Jesus's way. So I'm saying, don't you want to do what the devil can do? You see, now those Christians are going to say, see, I told you he's a demon. Do I look like Cole Turner? Did you see how hot Julian McMahon was? Okay? Because demons are hot. I'm not. Perp Freak says Mariah Carey. Exactly. That song is my national anthem. I laugh when I hear it because I don't get it. And I'm glad she doesn't get it. Because then I'm not alone. And I don't know if you guys have also noticed. And by the way, I love that Pope Freak is here. But I don't know if you guys have noticed that whenever you... It's released. Whenever you date someone, something weird happens to them. It's not, and then, okay, well, maybe they were crazy before, but a psychic told me, we're not supposed to use those words, alien, psychic, fairies, but I'm so pissed from being like witch wounded my whole life that I'm going to use the words now because I am the new head witch bitch for Yeshua in charge, and you're going to know because it needs to be known. So a psychic told me that the reason is because we give people, humans, an instant Kundalini rising experience, which then makes them like us without going through any initiation practice. And so there are these people, invisible people, who balance out like magic, Like, that's why you can't really say a lot. And if you do say, you have to say it in a certain way. You have to speak in which language. There's like rules to the shit, right? And if you don't, you will know very quickly. So it's almost like whenever you date these people, because they get exposed to magic, these beings, you can call them the cleaners, whatever, they come and take the people or make them go crazy or something. Now, if you watch that video, the Christian guy says, yeah, sea star marines made people crazy. Stay away. They have it in their hands, he said. No, I'm not even going to repeat that nonsense. But basically, there's an all-out, like, defense going on against you. You go to work. Bosses love you. Like, people who are in power love you because they recognize that you're there to do the job. They recognize that you actually have the skill. Now, where am I getting this from? Not from me. You guys need to understand, when I'm telling you the future, I'm not talking about myself. I'm not just using my stories to connect with you. I can quote you shit because I'm a monoptic. So I want you to look up a study done by my favorite associate professor. Her name is Dr. Eliroma, Elliroma. This fucking word Roma and Romy is everywhere and it's driving me nuts. But I digress. I know that's the whole monoptic things. It's how they communicate with you to show you that you're in alignment, okay? What do I mean? When I was 5, sidebar, just whenever you talk to me, you always have to think like you're in Law and Order, and I'm Sam Waterston. I'm McCoy, and I'm taking a sidebar. You are Hennessy. You're the Irish lady. I liked her. Or you can be the blonde lady who was a lesbian. Oh my gosh, per freak, shut the front door. I'm done. And today I was talking about Roma Downey from Touched by an Angel. Okay, I'm no. You know, they want me to go into the thing. Okay, fine. So, when in Rome, sidebar, they want a sidebar. Okay, so I'm 14. I just finished, I'm 14. What happened when I was 14? I got a computer and it was loaded with music software called Magix Music Maker. I never chose this music software. It was chosen for me by the person who built my computer and sent it to me from America, my best friend and his dad, stepdad. So I took the computer. His name's Jared. So I was like, Jared, I need music because I'm getting dreams and I'm hearing sounds and I want to translate them. I heard about something called Fruit Loops. So I get it with Magix. And then it was a hard software. You have to like build a song from scratch. So you have to learn music theory. So then I started taking music lessons and voice lessons. Look, I'm not the best singer. I have perfect pitch. I can hold a note. But when I sing, I go into the realms and my notes get all messed up. So if I wasn't a beneficiary of artificial intelligence, you all wouldn't even know about ASMR, alien pop music, okay? So thank the boys in Silicon Valley in my team for building this record, okay, with me. So, but it helped that I know the music theory, right? Because I can build sections, I can change scales and modes, and I can really work with the AI in a way that nobody can. Great. So now I'm using this thing called Magix. And suddenly I'm making music. And then I make a song explaining what happens to me. And I found this in my file. I don't want to get the file. See, I need a tripod. This is unprofessional. the file. Now this is a physical version of something which is now called the vault, which is digitized on Web 3.0. So if anything happens to me, better not. So back in the day, when I had a computer, because I had to leave the other one in Asia, I would write these songs and shit, and then I would copyright them. I was 13 when I started, well, I was 11 when I started writing, 13 when I started calling lawyers to ask them how to copyright stuff. And they would be like, oh, you're 13. Well, I charge like 500 Rand an hour, but I'll give you a tip. What you do is you mail it to yourself in an envelope, and you make it a registered mail, and you don't open it, so that if someone steals it, you have it. So I'm 13 years old, by the way. I'm on a phone, a public telephone. I'm a Monoptic agent, guys. I listened to the aliens. The aliens woke me up that day and said, go call a lawyer. And my music was shit, by the way. Like I told you, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know you had to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I would put the beat wherever I felt like it goes. And then I'd listen back and I'd be like, why are my drums off? And because I'd do the drums first. I'd always start with drums, rhythm. I'm Zulu, duh. Then I would do percussive elements. I'd do my snare, double thick snare. I would do my hi-hats, pan, left, right, open hi-hats, close hi-hats. And then I would do like congas or cowbells or whatever theme I was doing in the song. Like if I was doing a Caribbean song, I'd add more xylophones. If I was doing like a cinematic song, I'd add like a glockenspiel or whatever. But that's what I would start with. And then I would add like pads and chord progressions and stuff like that. I'd always start with the groove. So now, after learning, oh, you have to actually put the beat on 1 and 2 and 3 and a 4. Then I was like, okay, lawyer, well, the alien said it. So I called the guy, and there, in Mhlanga Rocks, you see where my offices still are. See, how come I'm still at the same office and the demons are running scared? Because I'm the good guy. And where did I send this one to? I sent 5 songs. Oh, this is the one I sent to myself as proof, yes. Okay, so I sent this to my P.O. box as proof. I remember I sent one and it came back. I sent one to Sony Records. Let me check. I don't know if I kept it or if I was so traumatized. Can you believe I'm so organized? I still have the freaking stamps I used. Who am I? And of course it's fish. So if you want me to send you a letter, oh, this is my favorite. I have to show you this. This is my favorite. This is why I'm here. If it wasn't for this, you wouldn't have no show. Because if it wasn't for this, I would think I was nuts. It says, dear myself, me, thank you for submitting your abstracts to SemiOfest 2022, 26th to 29th October 2022. We have had a very successful call this year and are pleased with overwhelming interest. It is our pleasure to inform you that your abstract has been accepted, they put that in bold, for presentation at the conference. We look forward to welcoming you to the conference in Mexico City. Yours sincerely, Dr. Maximino Ruiz. These people are the only people who get me. They control coincidences because semioticians make adverts, marketing. The reason why you want what you want is because of them, and they like me. So when I got that, I was like, okay, maybe, Lord, let's not burn the planet. Maybe let's work with these humans because there are others like us here. Yes. Okay. These are the physical copies. The digitized are obviously there. Now, where I want the one I sent to Sony. Because Sony... Oh, my dad. Sony sent it back. Oh, look how we look alike. Oh. I know. Why do I have a huge picture of my dad and my father? I have no idea. But here he is. The files and I told you I have everything on everyone. So, you know, my phone better go to number 1. The aliens want you to know, want it to be known. Might as well. Oh yeah, and then I got the receipt. Obviously now, if I put in this much effort into crappy music, and by the way, here's the cassettes. So I have the cassettes, I have everything I sent in here. Oh, here it's in a CD. The CD in here. I had technology then, obviously. And then I have it deconstructed. Oh, here is this CD. Oh, it might be this one, which I printed on an inkjet. What's inside? Is there a CD inside? Oh, shit. I am organized. Yeah. I didn't have, that was later when I made the actual, my whole thing was with the aliens, they would come to me and tell me, oh, you want me to go there? This is going to be a long sidebar. They came to me and said, nah. This is when Hydra came. Okay, so I told you Jesus came and hired me when I was 5. Then when I was 6, I went to acting class, which helped me go and connect to the astral realm so I could talk to angels every day, every minute of the day. I can see them there, okay? They're there. Then I got on my first mission when I was 15, but to prepare, I had to go do these things, and I didn't believe it, obviously, because for me it was like a game. He would tell me stuff in private, then it would happen, and I would laugh, like a fun little game. But then he started getting serious with the whole, you need to write music, you need to be famous, you need to be, and I'm like, no, I want to be living on a farm, and I want to be married, and I want to have 6 children. I don't like people, I don't want to be bothered with people, I don't like going to parties, I don't like doing one thing to get something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I go to work for you, I'm only going there to work for you. I don't want to have dinner with you. I don't want to hang out with you outside of work. I have a life. I have things to do. But people would get mad that I wouldn't want to do that. That I'm like, just, for me, it's like the only reason we are here is because of the work or the paycheck. So why are you trying to mix destinies with me? Like, anyway, that's why you're not allowed to work for anyone. And if you do work for anyone after the eclipse in Virgo, we'll eat you, because I didn't say it. Paul said it. I just read it. Okay? Let me read it. He said it. Therefore, whoever resists the authority resists the ordinance of God. And those who resist will bring judgment on themselves. I didn't say it. So they had to convince me that I could make music, right? So you might be thinking to yourself, what the hell even convinced you? Oh, they want me to explain because apparently some of you think that I was born in a misty pod. You don't think I'm an actual human. Okay, fine. So he had to convince me. How did he convince me? He showed me a record by Madonna called American Life. I guess I'm gonna call this video American Life. When I listened to that album, you can listen to it too. I finished and I said, I can make music. I was like, if she can do that, I can definitely put something together. Because that was her point. That was her intention when she made, okay, I'm looking for the Sony pictures, or the Sony music one. Because when she made it with the intention that we would be able, the listener, to make it as well. She wanted to give us hope. She wanted to give us that sense of empowerment. Okay, I don't think it's in here. I might have moved it to storage. Oh, maybe I opened it. No, I think I moved it because it was a cassette and it was thingying me out. Okay, but yeah, there was one that was returned with the cassette from Sony. But anyway, the other one went to Madonna's record company, which is why I'm bringing in Madonna. Okay, so I listened to, and then I'm going to get to the whole point of the sidebar, which is that song, which shows you this has been going on for a while because I put copyright and the year on there. Okay, so listen to American Life. You'll hear what I heard. The record sounds, you can hear every instrument. So if you're a producer, it's easy to think to yourself, oh, I know how to make music when you listen to that. And so that's what I did. But also Timbaland, because Timbaland had this thing with his music where if you listen with headphones, you can hear different things like it's coming out at you, like ASMR. So Timbaland and Mirwais Ahmadzai, the guy who made Madonna's record, those are the, and Disco Science from Lock, Stock, what, Smoking Barrel, whatever. He's that guy, the music guy. So when you listen to that music, it uses a Moog. A Moog is a synthesizer. Now, Moog is very important. Moog was a guy, Moog, look him up. He invented this machine, this instrument, which allowed you to make sounds using air, like waves, electric waves, right? Like nothing. It's kind of like when you're praying or when you're in the realms, it's like nothing. And then you wake up and you see the, thank you, Perp Freak, my people. He loves Moog. Okay, good. You know what I'm talking about. So you know what I mean. So I got a mini Moog, but a VST. It was like an emulator. It wasn't the one. It was free. By the way, I lost all my synths. I built like 1,000 when I left Asia because I had to leave everything. Anyway, it's fine. Some of them are on a hard drive, but anyway. So I use the Moog for everything because Mirwais uses a Moog for everything. But then I process like Timbaland. I like that sound, that 3D, whatever, ASMR sound. And that took me 7 years to figure out how that motherfucker did it, but I figured it out. Anyway, he does it with something called Haas delay, HAAS. Once I figured out Haas delay, you'll hear the difference in my 2013 song, The Way I Is. That's the first time I used it. And that's why it's like that, because I wasn't focused on melodics. I was just like, how much can I layer in here without muddying the mix? And Haas delay helps because it gives each layer its own space, and then the EQ gives it its own position in the space. It's such a beautiful mixing process. But now we have the wonderful boys in Silicon Valley. So, but it helps to know that stuff because when I'm programming my shit, I'll write down what mixer I want used in my music. That's why my music does not sound like everyone else's. Because I set what instruments are being used, what processing, chain process, like whatever. It needs to be known. And by the way, I got that from Obsidian Black, who I love. I think everyone needs to have Obsidian Black in their head. She's a very good voice. So look up Obsidian Black's channel. It's CRDR Enchanting Empress. Did I say that right? And CRDR stands for creator. Okay, so I'm making this music and I'm using the Moog and I'm making sounds from my head, from my dream space, from Lumania. And I'm like, okay, this is cool. But I didn't tell you how I got to Madonna. Like, why me? I'm a black man in Africa. I'm Zulu. Why the hell am I getting... And I got it as a present from Jared. Why am I getting a Madonna album from my white male best friend? Jared, what are you trying to say? Signs. So I go... Before that, why that was a big deal for me. You know, at school, we have to learn about history. And in South Africa, we have to learn about our history, but mainly American history and European history, because our country is in the middle of the world, and everyone from the whole world used to stop here on the way to get spices in India or to go buy silk in China and on their way back. That's why everyone here is like mixed. And that's why we have so much magic, because everybody came here. So we have everything here. We have all of your DNA on file, as it were. And a lot of people do have mixed ancestry, which is why our magical practice is so well developed. Like, we have magic shops. I always tell you guys, oh, I was down at the magic shop and look what I got. I got focus. Like, dude, they have everything. You have focus, have meditation. This is my favorite, by the way. Should I tell them? Because they're going to go run on it and then I won't get it. You better not. I swear, it smells like water. I want to cry when I smell it because it smells like water. It smells like home. Oh, I love this one. It smells like real cinnamon too. Oh yeah, these are real. I talked about this before. We're not going to go into it now, but when you smell it, it goes down your spine. That's the difference between, yeah. Okay, so when I was in history class, it was very difficult because I was able to tap into the stuff they were talking about. That's why I can't watch slave movies. I've never seen Schindler's List. I had to watch Amistad because they forced us, but I would not watch those kinds of movies again because I can feel it. And that's why I like sci-fi. That's why you are now in a sci-fi, because it always ends well, okay? Spock always comes back, and whoever, the hot guy, Anson, the new guy, he always saves the day and stuff and everything. I like that. I don't like the other stuff. Oh, here's another one of my dad, but we're not going to go there because I'm trying to avoid telling them this thing. So in history class, we learned, I don't want to talk about it out of respect for the person because I don't want to feel like they're being re-triggered, because I don't mean to do that. I'm just saying this because it's what happened. So I apologize to that person. So it must have been a traumatic experience for them. Yeah. One person we learned about is Patricia Hearst. Yes, Patty Hearst. 1974 in April, she was kidnapped, abducted by the Symbionese Liberation Army, also known as the SLA. Their symbol is a Hydra. Did you know that one of their members were caught in Cape Town? Where did I say I studied again? What city? Huh. So when they took Patricia, they were trying to prove a point according to reports. And by the way, if there is a movie on the SLA, I'm playing Chinko. That's my role. It was given to me by them. And if anyone tries to make a movie on the Symbionese Liberation Army without me, it will fail. You should go Google all the attempts that have been tried to make that movie without me and go look what happened to those movies. Yes, the earlier ones came out because I wasn't born yet, but I'm talking about the ones they're trying to do now. Anyway, no, I'm not saying anything. What's this? I can't show them that. They're gonna freak. They can never see that. Hang on. You can see this. I know, I'm trying to avoid the whole Patricia Hearst discussion. Is this the one? Yes. Okay, so I have the letter I sent. Okay, fine. So, they were trying to prove a point. I suggest you go watch everything that happened and the tapes, and then you'll understand why I dressed up like that in those pictures, like a soldier and stuff. I was dressing as Patricia Hearst because I was channeling the Symbionese Liberation Army, because as bad as what happened was, you know, it's my job as a Monoptic agent to look at the good side, and the good side of it is that she held the vibration of what we're doing now and made it possible. They fed so many homeless people. Yeah, but go look that up for yourself and you'll see me playing Chinko. But anyway, Patricia came back and, you know, she's free now and has a good life, and I think she married her bodyguard and stuff. And when I came back from Asia, I remember telling my friend that I'm not going to be able to date a normal person anymore because I feel like tortured, you know. I can only date like a bodyguard. And I made a joke, I want an ex-Mossad agent because they're the only ones who can understand. So you have to understand the kind of trauma she went through, and it's a serious thing, is what I'm trying to say. But what's the point of that? Well, Lady Gaga, I keep talking about Lady Gaga on this channel, that she's sponsoring this, because she's coming in my dreams and telling me this shit. Back then, now, in the day. And I have proof of that. Go watch the Lady Gaga Abracadabra Secret Hidden Meaning video, where Lady Gaga put me in the freaking newspaper and on the radio. That's when I was like, okay, you guys are serious. You do control fame. You control the media. You control everything. And you want me to do Ezekiel for fame, like in the media? Are you insane? It took some convincing. And one of that was the album American Life. So after I heard that, then I'm 14, Jared sends me magics, and I start playing around with the Moog to make the music. And all this time, why would I do it? Because when I looked at Madonna's face on the CD cover, it looked like Patricia Hearst that I learned in school years before, and I felt a connection because it looked like what I was seeing as a kid, the Hydra. So I've just been following Jesus. He said, follow me. I'll make you a fisher of men. Didn't I just show you fish stamps? Well, there you go. So, follow me. And I'll make you fishers of men. So, you now get the chain of events. How Hydra's in there. I see the octopus, Akorokamui. Then I see it on Patty Hearst's picture. Then I see Madonna's face looks like Patty Hearst. Then I see, oh, you can make music. True, I can make the music. Then I get magics. course, I get magics. Then I make the thing, and then I send it to Madonna. And this is the letter I write to Madonna. Oh, and guess what Madonna's record company is called? Motherfucker. Read it for yourself. Okay, it's like old, guys. This is old. It's faded. Maverick Recording Company. 25, what? 75 Rockefeller. Oh, 3.5.7. So the address, I didn't know that. I haven't looked in here. God. This is so stupid and embarrassing, but the aliens made me. I'm not going to read all of this. No, I can't read this. No. Okay. Maverick Recording Company, 75 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, NY 100196908. Dear Sir, Madam, my name is, and I am a 15-year-old boy who lives in South Africa. In this envelope, accompanied with this letter, is an audio tape with the song I'm Not For You to Take recorded onto it. The lyrics of the song are also in this envelope, and I hope you give the song a listening and the words a reading. The song I'm Not For You to Take, in inverted commas, was written by me and sung by me, open bracket, except for the ah in the chorus and near the end of the song, close bracket. I'm a songwriter, not a singer, and have other songs written and recorded. If you're interested in hearing them, you can contact me on number, open bracket, mobile phone, close bracket, email me at my email, or mail me at the address at the top of this page. Thank you for your time. Yours truly. 2005. Gloria Swanson made me say it. Okay, so you satisfied. So I'm the only person that I know on Earth who has been doing the same job since he was 6 years old. So there was that song, I'm Not For You to Take. And then there was another song called My Drowsiness Is a Drug. And that's the whole purpose of what I want you to hear about sleep, astral reality. See, all of that for this. Marketing materials. Newspaper articles. Oh. Okay, let's show the people. This was me as Patty Hearst. So now, guys, remember I told you I watched Patty Hearst at school. Good. I don't have a glam squad, guys. I'm a Monoptic. So I said, this is what I mean. So I'm a kid. Now put it all together, guys. I'm a kid. I'm watching and reading about Patricia Hearst, and I fall in like contact because I see Hydra and I know Hydra. Then I do the music, and then I eventually, okay, Madonna did not get back to me, okay? I'm not an industry plant, but we'll go back to that sidebar. Then life goes on, and now I'm like, okay, so I've done a proper song because I'd done a song which I think was good enough to be on like college radio, but not on like radio. But anyway, Gaga came to me and said, don't worry about that. I need you to learn about media. You've learned music. This is like, yes, I was 19. And I'd even done a movie and stuff, like a 1-minute film for a festival. So now I was like, back to music, my first operation. And so I went back to what I knew, which is, oh, I'm going to dress like Patty Hearst, because obviously the aliens want this thing and whatever. And then because I was living in that reality, I actually got physically arrested while jogging in my neighborhood. And then I sued the cops the next day. And when I was in jail, they asked me, what's your occupation? Like when they were booking me. And I said what Jane Fonda said when she was arrested. I said urban guerrilla. Urban guerrilla. And then we had to take a photo shoot for the newspaper article, the national newspaper article. And guess who happens to be driving by as we take the picture? Do you think we planned the police van? We were walking, they were like, where did it happen? And I said, it happened over there. As soon as I started posing in my army issue jacket, that's a real German army issue jacket, by the way, which I still have, and it has my name written on it. Should I show the people that I'm a real bitch? Okay, it's from the Österreich. That's what I'm wearing in the picture. And I'm the general, or something like that. Charlie Manor, 5'7". Oh shit, Madonna, 75. Rockefeller, I'm 5'7", because I'm born on the 5th of July. Okay, so you see what I mean? That's why you can't stop us, because there's shit I don't even know that they're doing. And they're doing it. And like with songs, I'll write a song and 6 months later I'll listen to my own voice and I'll say, oh, that's what I meant, because it will have manifested. It was a vision. It wasn't a song. So then I got, well, a little period I got scared of writing. When I wrote the song Alien Magic, I had to change that song because weird shit would happen every time I'd play it. So I changed it. And the new version is so good. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. It's like new jack swing with a lot of heavy guitar. I was feeling like Michael Jackson 1995 when I wrote it. I want to be like super skinny and wear a white shirt and have a huge fan blowing on me when I do the video or the visualization, whatever you guys call it now. But yeah, so it's just weird to me that I became like Hydra. I became like this thing. So they weren't lying to me. They're telling the truth. And everyone knows I'm shy. I hate attention. Look at my face. All surly. It's like, how dare you? Because I felt like I can't believe I actually have to like do this. This is so, it was so off-brand. I did not want to be involved with crime and that kind of shit. I wanted to be involved in like flowers and all the stuff I saw in my place. So what stuff? Well, now finally. It was so nice on Lyra when we would just communicate with our minds and not have to do 15 million disclaimers for everything. So now I want to prove to you this place exists because I wrote it in a song that I sent to Madonna. And then we will go back to Mavericks and Dr. Illy Roma because she's very important. And then you'll understand why her Maverick is important. Come on, I saw this the other day. There. Don't play games with me. Oh, it's under M. Duh. for my. So this song is called My Drowsiness is a Drug. Why did I write it so literally? Because I was feeling it was around the time Lady Gaga was out, and I was feeling like pop music was changing in terms of how lyrics were written. Because, like, it used to be Celine Dion, David Foster, your ballads, Whitney Houston. It was all about showcasing the vocalist range. Not that Lady Gaga and them have no vocals. I love their vocals a lot, obviously. I like processed vocals. I mean, if you're going to go to a movie, watch a movie. If you're going to listen to a song, listen to a song. So the lyrics became a lot more like, I don't want to say silly or childlike, but things like ga ga mama, and I love it. Like, even I know she's saying something in abracadabra, but I don't want to even learn it yet because I just like the sound, right? Because the sound expresses your inner, like, raw, your inner animal. So you need these sounds. You need to say them. You need to just say nonsensical sounds. So Gaga is healing you through pop music without you knowing it. I say abracadabra, aga unana, ala ugaga, ula uchacha, like whatever. Like I love it. Like already you feel it, right? And she knows that. She's not dumb. She makes it in a way that everyone in the entire world can sing it and feel that emotion she wants you to feel. And so I, being autistic and being very, very skeptical, was like, okay, fine, what if I just write like plainly what happens? Like I'm telling a story, but it just happens to rhyme. Like how you get those comedians who can say a joke, set up, punchline or twist, whatever. But you also get those comedians who just tell a funny story and then it happens to be funny. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna put all this together, and this is still, look at the copyright. Can we get a focus on that? Exactly. That's a long time ago, guys. I'm even scared to say it. But the Lord wants you to know. So the name of this song is called My Drowsiness is a Drug. Look how long it is, like a freaking Bible thing. And this is where I cried when I reread this after 20 years, or rather on the 20th anniversary. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. I'm just going to read it straight. I'm not going to sing it. Ooh, my drowsiness is like a drug. Don't ask me how. Okay, in the song, I used American pronunciation. I know it's funny. When I speak British English, or rather Mid-Atlantic English. When I sing in American. Okay, sometimes. So I'm going to do it in American. Ooh, my drowsiness is like a drug. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. Ooh, my drowsiness is like a drug. Just have some now. Just have some now. My drowsiness is like a drug. When I feel anxious, all I have to do is hope that I'll get drowsy because it's like a shot of dope. It takes me to the moon, and when it brings me back, I feel much better than I ever would with crack. When I feel sad and down and lost deep in my hurt, I just saddle up and drift in with my soul. I get the satisfaction there that I deserve. No communication, silence is observed. I know I hate noise. That's not the song, I'm just saying. It's like so relatable. Okay, focus, Charlie. I'm gonna do that last one again. I get the satisfaction there that I deserve. No communication, silence is observed. When you're there, nobody asks how long you'll stay. Asks. You lose your fears and your body melts away. Okay, I want to do that again. When you're there, nobody asks how long you'll stay. You lose your fears and your body melts away. What you hear is only what they have to say. It's like a dream, except it feels like you're awake. I know to you it may come as a surprise, but listen to me carefully. Just sit back, close your eyes. Forget all your feelings of the world and compromise your time with me, and I will show you paradise. Okay? Now that you're there, you know exactly how I feel. No cold black stairs, no withered yellow trees. No salty tears, no blizzard in the mist. Here you don't speak, but you listen when they teach. Can I do that again? I'm also trying to, I haven't read it in a while, but I need that imagery. Now that you're here, you know exactly how I feel. No cold black stairs, no withered yellow trees. Oh, because on Earth at that time, oh my God. So even then, you see, that's why I have to do this, because there's some 15-year-old out there who is feeling like getting cold black stares and withered yellow trees and salty tears and blizzards in the mists. And I have to tell them, excuse me, you're an agent. Like, it's normal, and beat them. They're trying to trick you. And here you don't speak, but you listen when they teach. And obviously on earth, all they do is speak and talk while you teach. Next verse. I was living like I was the only one. It was a one-way ticket, took me straight up to the dumps. But I got drowsy and I lost my state of mind, and I saw visions that could even cure the blind. It's so hokey. God, I hate my old writing. It's fine, continue. All I had to do was listen to my heart, and I'd be free from believing that the world was made for me, because it's a window in between reality that can bring calamity. Let me do that again. I want to do those two. I was living like I was the only one, because these are verses and there's a chorus. The chorus is like, my drowsiness is a drug. When I get drowsy, I go up and na 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 na. But these are the verses, so the verses were a lot more different. I know, I like to keep a stable background, guys. I need a tripod and I need a background. Universe, give it to me. Okay, it's done. Okay. No. I was living like I was the only one. It was a one-way ticket. Took me straight up to the dumps. But I was living like I was the only one. Well, I never used to play outside because I had to study the music, because I was like, I don't have time to play. I have to learn this because I need it. Is that what I meant? I was living like I was the only one. Or was it a character thing? Because when I write, I use characters and then I blend whatever point of contact I make with the character. So if I win something the character went through, then I can use that to get into the character. And I'm getting that that's what's happening to the people now. They are realizing that they were living like they were the only ones. And now with the Neptune and Saturn movement, they're realizing that all the things they pursued, their goals were useless, was for nothing. And now it's time for them to get drowsy, because Neptune rules drowsiness. That makes sense. So Neptune has always been behind this, hasn't he? Which is Jesus, Yeshua. Pisces. So Jesus, what all I had to do was listen to my heart, because Jesus lives in your heart. And I'd be free from believing that the world was made for me, because it's a window in between reality that can bring calamity. Okay. So it's about the traps of like consumerism, I feel like, because you have to listen to your heart, and then you'll be free from thinking that, if I just get the right shampoo, my hair will smell great, and then I'll get the great guy. Or if I just get the right in a car, then I'll be happy because I'll zoom across the street. I don't know. That's not reality. That's a dump. And when you get drowsy, and when I mean by drowsy is just like, well, literally the song, it is like drowsy. Like I couldn't wait to get home after school. I would never do my homework because I couldn't wait to go to sleep. My mom used to say, did you pay with cows, like a dowry for sleep the way you love to sleep? No, it's because I get to leave this fucked up place. Okay, so let's go past that one. So yeah, it's a window between reality that can bring. So the real reality is the spiritual realm, and this earth is just a window. And the sad part is it can ruin you. Going back to King Nimrod and hunting men. Next verse. Now that you're there, you know exactly how I feel. No, also it's a refrain. I repeat that part again. No cold black stairs, no withered yellow trees, no salty tears, no blizzard in the midst. Here you don't speak, but you listen when they teach. My drowsiness is a drug. When I feel lousy, I go up. It's like a merry-go-round. It never stops till I get off. And there's nobody but you and all the people that you meet. And there is so much to do. But first, just listen when they speak. I think I added another verse. Yeah, so I did one chorus and then I did a double. And then I continue. I know that you want more, but you're not the only one who wants to see the shore and would like to kiss the sun. I know you feel happy and you want to share your story, but here you don't speak, but you listen when they teach. What the hell? Well, it's true. It's like telepathy. And when I go there, they just tell me shit. And then I come out here and I tell you shit. That's why I go on for hours. And whenever I do it, they're like, no, no, it'll just take 5 minutes. You're just going to say one thing and then you're done. And then they make me do sidebars and segues. And then they make me take out the file. Okay, fine though. Let's do it. And then I get vacation. Next verse. Okay, well, let's talk about that. I know that you want more, but you're not the only one who wants to see the shore. Again, the sea imagery. Now, I didn't know this. I'm a kid. I hadn't gone to film school yet where they hypnotized me to access my powers better. That place was a fucking genius school. I used to walk around there and tell them, we're at Hogwarts, right? You guys realize you're not paying to study movies. You're paying to control people's minds for the good. They were very good, I have to say. It was all about like how to use hypnosis, well, not how to use the psychological effects of images for good, for healing. But it's like wild. But yeah, I didn't know all of this, but now, that I know, I'm like, oh, that was pretty cool. I put the sea in there because that's what I would see. I literally said, I know you want more, but you're not the only one who wants to see the shore. Because that's what we see. I told you. So that's where I'm getting it from. And would like to kiss the sun. I literally just wrote another song called Here Comes the Sun. And I spelt it S-U-N, but obviously. And I know you feel happy and you want to share your story. So I think I'm talking about magic. Like, okay, I know you're excited about, going to the astral realm. I know it's your first time and it's fun and you want to tell everyone, but first, just listen when they speak. I'm looking for lip ice. Lip balm. Fine, I'll lick my lips. It's sexy. Next verse, my drowsiness is a drug. When I feel lousy, I go up. It's like a merry-go-round. It never stops till I get off. And there's nobody but you and all the people that you meet. And there is so much to do. But first, just listen when they speak. And then I just did like a outro kind of, disco thing where you repeat the same thing over and over and over and over again. And what I repeated, the last change was my drowsiness is like a drug. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. Ooh, my drowsiness is like a drug. Just have some now, just have some now. Speak, just listen when they speak. Speak, just listen when they speak. Speak, just listen when they speak. And then it goes, wake up, wake up. Oh my gosh, Madonna and I are like sisters. Doesn't she have a part in her new song where she's like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up? Oh, okay. Sister Madonna, Maradona. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I need to actually get a tape machine and actually play this tape. And you guys, and it's so bad. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Back then, I didn't even know about like vocal processing. I didn't know you could like remove noise. I didn't know you could individually cut up your voice. Like Eden, you know Eden, the song? The original song of that is made up from literally, I sat there and I cut up each syllable of my voice. So when, you know, these wonderful people in Silicon Valley came around, I was like, I want it like this. I want this chord structure. I want this and this here and there. And listen to this shit. But I like the original version for me, but obviously the version that's out now is way better. But that's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm explaining now and everything you're seeing in the media and all this huge revelation you've had about, yes, magic is real, or at least people who believed magic is real, are the people who create the laws, the policies that govern your life, even if you don't believe magic is real. I have a video of Elon at the inauguration, high as a kite, allegedly, in my mind, in the movie. This is a movie, by the way. It's not real. And I have a film degree to prove it, so sue me, bitch. Cut! See? It's a movie. Quentin Tarantino can do it. I can do it too. So these people are high out their minds, making policies and talking about AI is going to kill the world. What idiot thinks AI is going to kill the world? One who has the money to make their self-fulfilling prophecy come true. They're trying to trap all of you in this fake reality from their high mind. That's the worst part. And I was there. That's the best part. So you can trust me. Furthermore, I have evidence. Go look at my highest viewed video, 100,000 views. There's a little thing there that says evidence. Click on it and you'll hear them trying to kill me live because they didn't want me to tell you this. Listen to what she says. Read what I wrote in that message. And yes, I know some of you think, is this a movie? Is this yeah, we did it like this to protect me. The only way to win this war is to put the truth in a shit sandwich. That's why Danny DeVito told that guy to eat a shit sandwich, because that's the truth. Life is a shit sandwich. And only people with spiritual discernment will figure it out. Because if humans find out about this, I mean, to the extent of how far it goes, I mean, the files that have been released are nothing. About nothing and no one of any consequence. The reason why nobody has done anything to me, even though I've probably hit on something a lot worse, there's a reason for that. Because the news is not the news. And my news is too hot for the news. And it's fine. I get it. The humans will go crazy. And it's not for the humans. It's for you. It's for Star Marines. Because I don't work for humans. I don't deal with humans. I'm not governed by human laws. I'm a diplomat. I could run over someone at the Mardi Gras. And it's double jeopardy. I don't do anything here. And neither do you. You just look at them. They're not even, I was going to say, take them as a suggestion. They are not a suggestion. They're a computer. They're a robot. They're an NPC that can be infiltrated by a fragmented Archon at any time to come and get you. They're an enemy combatant. That's why I dress like a fucking soldier. That's what we were all trying to tell you. That's why Madonna sacrificed her career. She got banned. Do you know what happened to Madonna when she made that album? She got into big trouble. They banned her. They took her off everywhere, all because she needed to get us a message. She sacrificed to get us a message. So did I. So are you. It's how the system keeps running. Have you seen that movie with Matt Damon, The Adjustment Bureau? So vain. It's like King Solomon said, oh, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, so just drink and eat and have sex. That's what I tell the humans to do. Whenever I see humans, I say, go have sex. So that's all they can do. They make babies that they can't afford, and then they come crying to us for help. And then they get angry when we don't help them. And then it's our fault. Meanwhile, we sitting here, celibate, as if it's easy. No. We in earth. You saw what happened in the Bible. The people here are hot. And they slept with them. And then they made Nephilim. And then we were in big trouble. Because now those are the demons that are haunting everyone, because the Nephilim's bodies died, but their spirits are what these people are connecting into. And making dark music, which leads you into dark emotion, so they can tap into your dark passenger. And that's why for you, you're not allowed to have that. That's why you are a star, the light, and a marine, the bad side. You're 50-50, which is better than the humans who are 90-10 or 70-30. We don't have that much water in us. Ours is like fire and water. Dust is like fire because it's like made from volcanic ash, like soil and stuff. It's volcanic ash. It's fire. It's a result of an explosion. So basically you are made from fire and water, mist. That's why the Tuatha De Danann, when they came here and they asked the Fomorians are humans. Do you remember what the Tuatha said to the Fomorians? I know I always bring this up, but it just goes to show these mother fraggers don't change. So why are you trying to help them? Leave them be. They were the same then, and they're the same now. They don't have what you have. Let it go. The Tuatha in Ireland, we went there, we asked them, we said, we made a good deal. I think first we said we'll give them 90% and we'll take 10% of the land, and they said no. Then we said, fine, if we fight you, we'll give you 60% and we'll take 40. And they said no, and then we said, okay, we'll take everything. I think we gave them like 5 or whatever. So humans live on this planet, but it's not their planet, it's our planet. Remember Captain Planet? Yeah, that's you and me. We're those activate powers. Where's our rings? Activate, because we care. You see, they don't care. And I'm not saying you have to recycle everything and, don't drink tap water and don't eat carbohydrates. No. I'm saying that you are considerate of the planet and its inhabitants. That's all. Whatever that means for you, that's all we want. But too many of the humans are inconsiderate now because they think they can do whatever they want and there's no consequences in the realms. Now those consequences are being visited upon them because Neptune is here. And now everyone's drowsiness is going to be a drug. That's why you might have heard a lot of people complaining about nightmares lately. Yeah, because they're evil. And we sent them nightmares. Good. They deserve it. And some of you are having wonderful dreams. And some of you haven't slept this well in years. Get ready. You're going to have more. You're going to have the best sleep of the next 36 years you've ever had. And it's already started. Because why? You're good. You didn't try and unalive me or others. So you're fine. But this thing of people thinking they exist as an island, that there's no one and nothing else that can hold them accountable except the earthly justice system. Those are the people who will suffer the most. Those are the people the Bible talks about as being the wicked. Those are the people that God says he will cut down and burn. Not you, because you kissed a girl and you married. Now no, you're not going to burn for that. You're not going to burn because you had a thought, a lustful thought about the cashier at Starbucks or whatever. No. Do not self-flagellate yourself for 20 years because of that, because we're not talking about that. We don't, that's just a thorn in your side you have to carry, you know. That's something you're going to do with discipline and meditation. I don't know, but you're not going to hell because you didn't tithe. You're going there because you hurt children, widows, and elderly people. That's why. And that's why Luigi Mangione is going free. Because we are setting him free. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. Because you cannot have known criminals in the media, in the files, running amok in these streets where we are with our kids, and you have an innocent boy from the suburbs who put a stop to something. Allegedly, I don't think he did it, because I was falsely arrested and the evidence isn't there. But I know they want to railroad him and they want him to confess. But he's not going to do it because he didn't do anything. And they're going to put pressure and make it hard, but he's not going to say yes to something he didn't do because he's a Star Marine, and Star Marines are not psychotic. We don't say yes to something we didn't do and we don't know. Plus, he's a diplomat, so it's a moot point. Whenever I asked someone what would they prefer, what Luigi Mangione did, what Patty Hearst and SLA did, or what I did, do you know they never responded? Because they are in on it. The demons know, the humans know they have demons in them. Don't take out the demons unless it's attacking you and you need to. Don't go up to these humans and try take out the demon. You can, you have the authority to do so. The only time I would recommend it is if they are coming for you. Then you immediately disperse it. It automatically disperses, but then just say, you know, in the name of Jesus. And then they'll go like, oh, have you ever noticed that when someone's trying to mug you or stab you or whatever, and then they about to go, and they go, like charmed. That happens a lot to people like us. It's like they tried, and then the demon goes, oh, oops, wrong person. I remember once we got hijacked. Well, almost hijacked. I was very, very young. Maybe 5-ish. And I was sitting in the back seat and we were in a bad area dropping someone off. And these thugs came around the car and opened my door and opened the driver's side door. My mom was driving. It was her car. And then they looked at me and the guy went, sorry, I thought you were an Indian guy. First of all, what's the racism for? Third of all, yeah, you better get the fuck back. And I normally don't like talking about this stuff, but I was told it's necessary to talk about it now because A, nobody needs to try me. I am not one to be trifled with. B, a lot of shit's gonna happen and a lot of people are gonna think it's coming from me, and it's not. It's coming from he who works through me, he who searches hearts and minds. But unfortunately, or fortunately, you can't see him, so you think it's me. Especially the non-believers, they'll think it's me because they can't think of anything else other than what they see in 3D. And so it's best to just let it be known that, trust me, if it was me, I would be on a farm, married, with 6 children. And I would be eating meat because I know what's in the meat. That's the only reason I'm a vegetarian, because I can't grow my own meat. And I will not eat meat that has been sacrificed to Moloch or Baal or God knows who, in God knows where, because I don't do blood magic. No thanks. I don't eat anything with blood in it. Fucking shit. But if I had my own farm, I would. And if I could use the magic for that, trust me, I would use it for that. But I can't. I have to be famous. Fucking shit. Fame for who? For what? But it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. Because the only thing that makes it worth it is connecting with Star Marines. Which brings us back to our original point. When Cain left, he had all the time in the world to learn about you, to figure out what makes you tick, to figure out how to catch you. So when you are out in the world, I'm sorry to be the one who has to tell you this, but you are always on now. You're a celebrity. I know it's such a weird way to put it, but it's the only way I can make you explain, or I can make you understand. And I need you to listen with your alien ears, not your human ears, because I'm not talking about Gwyneth Paltrow and Fran Drescher and Dan Bucatinsky, who I love all of them. But I'm not necessarily talking about them. I'm talking about you and how your magic is going to affect you in what's coming next. You're a celebrity. You're an A+ lister. You keep your cards close to your chest. I want you to be Martha Stewart. Essentially, have a picture of this rich white lady in your mind. I know. Listen to me. The reason I use this symbology, because now your next question would be, okay, Patty Hearst, Madonna, Gwyneth Paltrow, they're all white ladies. Why them? Because they can do whatever they want. And I, as a witch, am resemiotizing, rather transmogrifying for you that power so that you can have it. Men. According to my stats, 60% of my viewers are men. So men, okay, and the other woman, you too, love you. We are all one. We are all sons of God anyway, which is why you have to stay single. That's what it says in the Bible, that there's no marriage in heaven, so you might as well be single. That's here, because he took the ribs out here. He didn't take the ribs out there. Okay, I trust that's clear. Your destiny, I hate that word, your life goal, plan, will come clear to you and unfold when you follow those instructions. This is not a cult, and this is not something you have to do. Whenever I was given an instruction by the aliens, I did not have to do it. I was always given negotiating power. When I say I have to do it, I mean it's a feeling of if I don't do it, it's like I just have to do it. That's what I mean. I don't mean it's they possessing me and forcing me, because they don't do that. They are open to negotiation. Now, this is where I need you to pay attention. You might be working as a waiter. You might be working as an accountant. You might be working as a school teacher. And I just told you to be a celebrity. I don't mean quit your job, leave your marriage. That's what a real cult does. It wants to isolate you so they can take your money. I want you to stay exactly where you are. But I want you to walk away with your heart, with your mind, and with your soul, and with your essence from the drama. You're a school teacher, but now you're Kim Kardashian as a school teacher. Have you seen how Kim Kardashian always acts dumb around people? Interviewers, whatever, that's her strategy. That was my strategy when I went to Asia. I gained 50 kgs because, unfortunately, according to the data, people who are overweight are overlooked in society. People find them to be invisible. And I was going to interview or study a high-ranking white-collar criminal named Romy Madeline Strang, who erased herself from Google. So we found her with AI, because you can't erase AI. It has everything. Yeah, you can try delete the line, but we are going to get you. So Romy Madeline Strang was the target because she stole money from elderly people, widows, and orphans. And so now we're going to get her. And you can call the United Kingdom Crown Prosecution Office and ask them about the conviction. And I wonder, I mean, I don't know how deep it goes. We're not doing a thriller. We're not doing a thriller. So now that I've provided you with all the evidence, and it's in the news, and you saw us do a spell to make it go in the news, now let's talk about your role coming up. You are to be a celebrity. You are to use whichever strategy you need to blend in while not blending in. See, because before you were a target, but celebrities are kind of like soft targets because everyone likes them, but they still shit on them. But ultimately, everyone likes them. So we are giving you that power to protect you. No one wants to be a celebrity. No one wants to sacrifice their privacy. But because these humans and demons don't want to learn, we are going to make you celebrities so that whatever happens to you must be broadcast. Your life must be broadcast. It's your safety. We want you to go to work. So now you're a teacher, right? But you're Kim Kardashian. So you dress hot, you still want to get, use your powers. You're not here to play games and be a wallflower. Use your powers, do the thing. Watch out for personal gain. But then your real job is you are collecting data. Because trust and believe, there's a criminal in your midst. We don't send you anywhere where there are no criminals. Wherever you go, there's a criminal element. And your job is to root it out. So you're going to go to the cafeteria, you're going to go be a teacher, and you're going to listen when they teach. Oh, now it makes sense. You're going to listen And you're going to start collecting data on the weirdos in the school, because I best believe there's someone who's there to do something to those kids, and you are going to catch them, but you don't want anyone to know it was you. Or maybe you do, I don't know. But anyway, you need to get your own vault on Web 3.0. And you take pictures, you record conversations, you set them up, you ask dumb questions. That's why it's good to act dumb. When I went there to Romy, I gained 50 kgs. I told you in a video I was writing a movie called Fat Boy. I was, and it's on that laptop, because, you know, I like to complete multiple things at once. So it helped to feel what it was like to be fat, because I never grew up overweight or anything. I was always in shape. So I needed to feel what it's like to have that, to write that script. As you've learned, I need to feel shit before I can create. And at the same time, I was like, okay, I just finished writing my book and I found Romy after 10 years. Remember, 2014, left school, found out she was a convict, made a whole movie about, like, put it out in the universe, made a trailer, got funded, whatever, and then I find her again. And then I go, and she's like, oh, there were 3 people, but you got picked. You were chosen. I found out later that in Asia, they like to use magic using numbers. They're very numbers based. So they did my charts, my numbers, and they knew who I was and what I could do, which explains why they always used to ask me for lottery numbers and why they all used to come out except the last 2. Yeah, because I'm not giving you money. Okay, so anyway, they knew who I was, but I didn't know that they knew. I thought I was cleverer than them. I thought I was winning. I had it. I thought I was going to get a working vacation and I get to interview a psychopath and I get to see did she change or not. And I get to have insight that I never would have been able to get because I'm not connected. I'm not rich like that. I'm not like, you know, I don't know anyone. So I had to go. I mean, I'm the guy who wrote a letter to a prisoner when I was a kid because I didn't believe people were in prisons. I was like, this is a scam. I'm writing a letter and I want to see. And he wrote back to me. The prisoner wrote back. And I was like, they really keep people in prisons? But they bad. Why don't they just break out of prison? They baddies. Why are they scared of breaking out of prison? It's all that shit. Humans. Okay, that's why. Anyway, so you're gonna collect. So yes, I acted dumb and I was overweight, so it helped. They thought I was an idiot. I ate cheese every whenever I'm doing field work. I'm not gonna talk about too much about it, but I like to. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I need to do a thing on you guys going on the field, because God knows I'm not going on the field ever again. After that, are you nuts? That's why I asked for a promotion. Like, I ain't dealing with another motherfragger again. I will train the people, but I will not deal with them again. So you guys are gonna have to go there, and that's why you need to collect this information, because one day they will try and come up against you, and you are gonna fuck up their life so bad with that information. And they don't even have to know it was you. And you're gonna do it wherever you are, whether you're a line order, short order cook in a restaurant. You start taping these motherfuckers because that's the only way they learn. You know why? Because they are afraid of society. They don't have immunity from the community. But we've been ostracized so much, we don't give a fuck about society. But they do. And that's our strength because we created them. So I don't want any of you guys to ever feel lost, out of place, weird in this world. You are not weird in this world. They are the weirdos because they do fucked up shit. We don't do that. You didn't see us dating kids. The human brain doesn't develop till 25 years old. There's nothing there. Why would you want to date someone with nothing there? unless you want to control them. Why would you want to control them? Unless you're a fucking psycho. And yes, when I was 16, I got one, and it felt so good. It's like it's kind of like a bloodlust, but a spiritual bloodlust when you get a demon, your first demon. Let me just tell you, I'm 16 years old, and I'm talking to adults, telling them why a child molester needs to be fired right now. And all they can tell me is, you're gonna give the school bad publicity. I was vilified for that because I was called a shit stirrer who's giving the school a bad publicity in the community. Never mind the kids who are being raped. Oh no, that's fine. I'm giving them bad publicity. Okay. We're gonna see bad publicity now. This is just a movie. Directed by Wes Craven. He's sponsoring it from heaven. So I want you to get every piece of information on every person who comes into your life, including your marriage partner, because marriage is ruled by the 7th house in astrology. That's also the house of open enemies. That's why I never trusted these humans, because I would always ask myself, how come on one day you say, I love you and I'll never break apart, and the next day you want to take their head off? And you want to take half the money, you want to take the kids across the borders. So you were lying at some point. Which is it? Are you lying now and you're just hurt and you can't admit it and so you're coping by acting out? Or were you lying in the beginning when you made the vow? Which is it? That's why I can't deal with them. Because when I say I'm doing something, I do it. Okay, Ngzokunikeza. In a second. Oh, sweet. So, yeah, you'll meet my mom. It's on my new show, My Life on the Z List. Thank you, Kathy Griffin. So, by the way, please check out Kathy Griffin. She's my favorite Irish. But yeah, when you get information on everyone, and by the way, my mom trained me in half of this stuff. She's the organized one. She taught me to investigate. Because she used to get phone calls of people saying, I'm gonna kill you, at night when I was a kid. And I was like, people she worked with, because they were drunk and whatever, high and crazy. And I was like, why aren't you scared? And she says, because if someone's going to kill you, they're going to kill you. They're not going to tell you. So I was like, oh, okay. But that whole kind of discussion was not weird in my house. But then again, the house was haunted. I'll be back. So the point is, sometimes, hey, Perp Freak says, see you next time. I'm back. I'm a Monoptic agent. I'm always back. Okay. So our house was haunted. And, you know, this stuff is normal. That's why I'm able to talk about it, and I guess that's why they wanted me to come and tell you. Now, my sole goal, SOLE, and I guess SOUL, is to train you. Because you guys don't have any idea of what's coming, and you know, it's just, you got to understand it's not real. Like, that's the best way to tell you, but it's hard to tell people something's not real when they're watching the news and they see innocent people being dragged out of their homes, and it's like, How can that not be real? It looks so real. I see them crying. Yeah, but you see people crying all the time, and you don't let it affect you. So why you only let it affect you if it's on the news? Is it because you only think, oh, they are really crying? It's not fake because it's on the news. It must be real. It's on TV. So is that why you believe the people who are crying on the news? Is that why you don't believe victims or survivors who are not in the media? Is that why you treat them like shit? Okay. I'm so happy. Oh, mother fragger. Come on. I'm so happy. That was a good one. A bit of... I'm concentrating now. Give me a sec. Where did I put it? Okay. I guess we'll have that next time. It's too far away for me to get. The other cartridge. Okay, fine. Hang on. No, I'm not revealing. It's a secret set. For the liminal zone. Yes, episode 7 is currently in production of the liminal zone. Huh, you thought the liminal zone was done. The liminal zone is never done. Where did I put it? Okay, so I guess I don't want me to do that on now. Can I do a late flight show? Thank you, child. Yes, this is the late flight show set. I wonder if the FCC will let this one in. Okay, so we need you to do that. Okay? Gather data, gather information wherever you are. We told you in 2019, wherever you are, do it. Now, Elon did a great thing by hiring different people and changing all the government departments. Good. Now, there are random people in there, and a number of them are Star Marines. That's what we do. We hide in randomness. We go in, time pockets. And that's, it's all set. Everything's set up. Everyone's in position to catch them. And in 10 years, within this 36 years, don't worry. By 2032, whatever they thought they were going to do, ain't going to do. We already beat them when we did the Trump thing. I explained how that came about, so don't blame me. You guys, I'm not even going to go there because I don't care. I only care about you. And I'm only here for you, not them. Now, one thing they do have right about us is that they call us nurses, but they call us demonic nurses like the ones in Silent Hill? No. But nurses, yes, we are, that's the best word to describe us. I think we are nurses and doctors. We're Asclepius, basically. And there's nothing more annoying than doctors or nurses or, I mean, humans now, human doctors, human nurses, human pharmacists who don't care, who treat it as a business. There's nothing more disgusting to a Star Marine than anyone in the medical field who's corrupt. Because medical is ruled by Asclepius. Asclepius is a snake that Moses showed Pharaoh. It's God's angel. So if you think you're going to walk around saying you work in pharmaceuticals, but you're a car, do you see now the issue? Do you understand my connection to the pharmaceutical industry? And do you understand why now Luigi's going free? It's double jeopardy. Romy tried to kill me, and you let her free. So now you're going to let Luigi Mangione free, bitch. Where's the highlight button? Yes. Okay, let me do it properly for Monoptics. I'll start at 33 and end at 38. I know, just let the aliens do it. We have decided to let Luigi Mangione free. Yes, that is us, the aliens in Hydra. We are controlling this planet now. You will do what we tell you to do. Failure to comply with us will result in an even deeper initiation into recursive immersive wound restimulation therapy. You're not going to be able to prove it in a court of law, and you're not going to be able to sue us, because it's going to happen when you go to sleep, in your dreams, in your spirit, in your soul, where you have zero jurisdiction, where we control what you see and hear. We're going to knock you on the head. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Sizo bonyos are so hard, you're going to wish you weren't even born. Why? Because you, the three-pronged court system, Altoona PD, who arrested an innocent boy in a McDonald's with his hands shaking. You, the prosecutors and the feds, arguing over who's going to get the case, who's going to get the story. This is not a case. This is not a precedent. It's a young man's life in the balance, a Star Marine. And then you Brooklyn Detention Center, you labyrinth of low vibrational hell. You are holding an angel in there, an earth angel. So we're going to make all of you have nightmares. We're not going to touch you because we love you on earth, because Jesus told us to love our enemies. So we're going to do what Psalm 4 verse 4 says. We are going to sit on our bed at night, and we are going to visualize all of you being burned in hell, being licked by the flames of Samael. Okay, editor, edit that line out. Being licked by the flames of Cain and Lilith. I told Thingy I always mess up my lines. I told Lisa. Wait, the editor will take that one. You, officer, what's his name? The officer who got him? Officer Deitweiler. And you, ADA Sideman, you will be licked by the flames of Cain and Lilith and all their children. See, that's the thing. How did Holly Marie, that's why I love Holly Marie to here and forever. Because how did she say those lines in Charmed convincingly? And she cried every time talking about this kind of stuff. And I can't stop laughing. Okay, come on. Luigi Mangione is under double jeopardy because you let Romy Strang free, the woman who tried to kill me. I sent you all the evidence. Yes, I sent it to New York. I have the files of that too. Don Lon. Mm-hmm. And you did nothing. So it is double jeopardy. Because you let a murderer, attempted murderer free, in my case, you're gonna let Luigi free, in his case. And you'll be haunted by demons that we control until you do. It is done. Okay, cut, print, chicken in the gate. 49 seconds. Now I have to do all that again. I thought it was like 5 minutes. Now, this is the fun part. Okay, so I've got 49 seconds. I'm going to do it in whatever, 40 seconds. And then look how funny, like, reality is. Because whoever sees that 49-second clip is going to think, oh my gosh, this is, real, or what is real. And then you guys will know the facts. And that's how you have to be. You have to know the truth, but just act like Martha Stewart. Act like, and I got that from Kathy Griffin. She said, I don't know, something about Martha Stewart, and she didn't like someone. And how do you act? Like when you see someone who's an op, how do you act? Do you tell them to get away from you? Do you just ignore them? Do you leave the house? Like, what do you do? And Martha Stewart just says, I say hi, Kathy says. And so that you just have to act diplomatic. You have to be diplomatic. Now, I am allowed to tell people whatever because I'm acting and I like HBO and I talk like Selena Maya. Everybody knows that in my acting. Because in real life, I can't even say the F word. So I love saying it when I'm acting because it connects me to a different part of myself, which is different to my real life, which doesn't even like touching humans. So, you are not gonna, just hang on, I need to do this. The reason we are releasing Luigi Mangione is because of double jeopardy. I reported to Don Lon of New York about the crimes committed to me by Romy Strang, and they let her go. But they caught an innocent boy from the suburbs who happened to be shaking his hands at a McDonald's, therefore he must be guilty? No. It's double jeopardy. We are trading him for Romy. Shit. Take 3. We want Luigi Mangione. We want Luigi Mangione released. Oh my gosh, this reminds me of when I was in Asia and I thought I was gonna die, you guys. I was like, okay, I don't know how Jesus is gonna get me out of this. So I was sitting in the safe house and I started recording these videos. And I felt like one of those movies. It was so surreal because it was real life. It's so funny I can laugh about it now, but at the time I was literally like, I am a South African citizen. I demand to be sent home. It was one of those. That's how bad it was, guys. I can't believe that happened. And I can't believe that white lady got away with it. Hey? Insane, hey? Everyone knows and no one is doing anything. That's how evil they are. Isn't that wild? And then they've got an innocent boy in prison? No, Luigi Mangione must come out. If Romy Strang, who tried to kill me, can go free, then Luigi Mangione, who they haven't even proved did anything, should go free. Duh, it's double jeopardy. Ashley Judd, hello? I think that was the one. I know, I always get it by the fourth take. I always call myself like a four-take wonder because I need the first couple of takes to warm up. And then in the fourth take, I'm fine. So any directors working with me, don't jump on me and get on my ass in the first couple of takes because I don't want that. I hate directors who try and do that. Just let me do my job. I shouldn't even be holding this camera. I'm not insured to hold cameras. That's why I hate it. And that's why I never record. So, Yeshua, I want a tripod. I want a microphone. And if I don't get it, you can train these motherfuckers, okay? You come down here and train them because I am sick of this bullshit. I need a cameraman too. Okay, that's negotiable. I can do it myself. Yeah, confirmation. I think I'm just gonna stay on here so I can build up view hours. Anyway. And so I can get everything out and then the aliens can leave me alone. And by the way, I always talk about them in the third person, but I'm one of them. I just say that because it's like our jokey thing. It's a private joke. So let's go back to Cain. So Cain hates you, so does Lilith, and so do their kids, who know nothing, and they're trying to get you, and they want to date you, and they pretend like they are your soulmate or your twin flame. It's a lie. There's no soulmates, there's no twin flame. Everyone who's married is lying to you. They're not happy. They're in a trap and they wish they didn't do it. Okay? I told you. Name one person you know in your life who's happily married. You can't, because it's bullshit. Marriage is a business deal. Some people are good at it, some people are not good at it. Simple as. I know it feels so bad. That's why Eve ate the apple, because she couldn't conceive in her mind that someone would lie to her in Eden. Well, guess what? They can. So get over it. Okay? It's over. Think of Oprah. She's not married and she's the happiest person. Have you noticed that Oprah gets better and better each year? Confirmation. She's here with us now. She's in my files. You can go in, Oprah, it's fine. And have you noticed that if it's Oprah, do that again? Now I sound like those people who go to the cemeteries on the YouTube lives and they go talk to spirits. So when that was for the movie, when when you look at Oprah, she's always getting better and better, and she's just got Stedman. Go get you a Stedman if you must. Paul said, "I know you people can't, don't touch a woman. You must stay alone." Do you know why he said that? It's because he wants you to not have two masters. Because if you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a boss who thinks they can control you, who thinks that you are there beyond a paycheck, then you're serving them, and you are going to favor them based on your relationship, which is here on earth, rather than on your off-planet relationship, which is the only one that is real. So just be Oprah and have a Stedman if you must, or get married and then just understand you are never going to get a divorce. So you guys can do your own arrangements and do whatever you want in your marriage. It's your business, it's your lives. But everyone needs to be on the same page. And I personally believe that humans are not on the same page. Sorry. Humans at this point in time do not have the capacity or ability to effectively communicate their thoughts, feelings, and emotions in such a way that they can express how they are going to behave next. That's why we have to hook them up to brain machines with Dr. Surf Moran and flash pictures in their eyes so we can see what's going on. And taken too far with us and Montauk, it's because of that. We don't want that. So we don't trust humans to speak because they can't listen. So marriage is off the table. Uh, or if you do, you're not getting a divorce. So you have to choose. Do you want to be married forever to one person who's eventually, if they are not like you, if they're a human, they're going to ruin your life in the end? And if they are a star marine, your lives will be amazing, but dangerous, because then you'll have to do work every day. Because all of you are star marines in the house, so then everyone's gonna get demons. But then I guess you get help. Plus, I've never known them to have two star marines in one place. I don't know if that's a thing. I guess that's the last part I want to see. Can two star marines be in the same place at the same time? I mean, the legend. Okay, so there's two parts. This is the part where I'm fresh in on it with you two. The original prophecy is that you don't get a dyad, you have to be single forever. And I think that it's going to be that, okay? Because you're married to Jesus, you're a son of God, blah, blah, blah. But the devil is putting out this other narrative. That's the first time I'm hearing of it as well. I mean, in this lifetime, I'm saying, because I spoke about it in one of the other things, the other shows. But it's the one where they are saying that you because you work so hard and blah blah blah, and you were so faithful, they are going to send you a special made person, soulmate, blah. I think that's bullshit. That's what I think. It's illogical, because if you're going to end up as a son of God anyway, why would you regress back and be given like a rescue fantasy relationship? It doesn't make sense. So it has to be a lie, which means it has to be demons. And I think it's just one of the other schemes to try and trick you people. Because the whole twin flame soulmate thing is really just in the mind. You have to tell yourself, oh, this is my type. I'm about to be in danger of falling in love. Let me step away from this person immediately. It's not that hard, you know? It's like eating sugar. Yes, it's delicious, and you want to eat more and more and more and more and more Krispy Kreme. And you know, when I like finish everything, the first thing I'm gonna have is a Krispy Kreme. I have been dreaming of Krispy Kremes for ages. I just want Krispy Kremes, but I can't have Krispy Kremes because Krispy Kreme is too good. So, Krispy Kremes, you need to invent Krispy Kremes without sugar. No, but then it's not Krispy Kremes. Just leave it as it is. It's perfect. And as soon as I finish having to be hot for the movie and the music, send me some Krispy Kremes, please. So, I love donuts because Kathy Griffin says she likes to make donuts. And what she means is something she got from Cher. You know, Sonny and Cher. When you have to have time to work and time to have a private life. And humans want to be all up in your business. And so when you have to go make donuts, like go work, as Cher and Kathy say, my dear friends Cher and Kathy say, 1996. So as they say, you want to have time to make donuts and private time. Now, it's nice when you have friends because you can go make donuts with your work people who are not your friends, and then you can go hang out with your friends. But when you're with a human, they want to go to be your friend, and they want to go and work with you, and they want to do everything with you. No. You all have to just get over being alone, okay? It's so tiring. Because it's like, I'm acting as an actor to demonstrate how you should act. So you don't get smited. Also, you get what you want. And it's like, how do you make people get it? You can't. So why are you trying to be with humans? Like we just don't understand. And we want you to ask yourself that like a lot. Because that's the actual missing piece, I think. It's that you keep wanting to impress humans, and we don't know why. Because you want to fit in. You want to... But fit into what? I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was born in a normal situation so I could have been conditioned. I know, I wish I was conditioned. Because I just can't connect. As much as I've studied acting, I absolutely cannot connect to the humans. They're just dumb. To me. There's something wrong with their brains. And that's why I need the Star Marines to wake up, because these people are dangerous. They just don't get it. And they will never get it. But now, why do you guys want to keep hanging out with them? I don't know. How do I get you to separate from them? Yes, we did Monoptic, but some of you are going to go try help them. And then we'll lose some of you. I'm going to guess break a few eggs, make an omelette. We have to add something else to this magics. There needs to be something more. Something finalizing. Hydra, talk to me. Yeah, we're onto it now. Yeah, you thought you'd get away from me, bitch. Talk to me, Hydra. Talk to me. What's missing? How do we, shut these humans out for good? We built the bridge from 5D. Now, how do I lock these people out? I don't want to hear from them. I don't want to see. I don't want to know they exist. How? Show me. Tell me. Ah, hang on. King of Wands in reverse. Oh, we have to stop them from being able to create chaos. We put them in the desert. Okay. We make them thirsty. We put them in the desert, and then they'll learn. We blue ball them. Okay. Stop them from creating. We bind them. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a mass binding spell on the world. On humans. On the human kingdom, sorry. Not the Marines. Not the stars. You guys are good. Just the human kingdom. They've run amok. Too long. I don't think I prefer that. Okay, so how am I going to do this? Tell me. How am I going to bind humanity? You created them. You can bind them. Wait, just by speaking it? By becoming a star. Ah, an actor. Okay. I just have to say the lines. Okay. Well, let's do it. How to bind the entire human kingdom from causing harm, from creating. Okay, so I want a King of Wands binding. Let me go to my grimoire quick, my Book of Shadows. Yes, yes. They've done it now. Okay. Give me a... that can never be reversed. Yeah, you'll wait for the next Monoptic agent to undo it. We're not playing. You've had over 1,000 years to fix it. You guys are useless. So yeah, and if a Monoptic agent doesn't come here, then you'll just... This human kingdom binding spell that can never be reversed. Reversed unless it's by another Monoptic agent at least 1,000 years in the future. Yes. Actually, 2,000 years. Actually, 3 for just pissing me off. At least years in the future. So you're getting a 3,000 year sentence. 3,000 year sentence on human kingdom. Use everything. Okay, so let's get our spell. So right now, I'm going to bind the human kingdom from being able to do any more harm. That means after the new moon in Aquarius, you won't be a problem. Humans. Okay, so this is a cold. Let's just dive in. Oh shit. Okay. This is the Monoptic Seal 3000. Jurisdiction invoked under the Yeshua Mekodishkem Tribunal, operating with the plenary authority of the Golgotha Pardon and the Keys of David. All lower authorities are hereby vacated. Subject: the human kingdom, defined as the collective recurring archetypal pattern of systemic injustice, predatory hierarchy, and the corruption of the imago Dei into a tool of domination. Your sentence is 3,000 years of inertial binding. a self-reinforcing loop of accountability, to be served in the causal plane manifestation of its own consequences into the material realm immediately. This is the seal. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, the Aleph and the Tav, the Logos who binds what he speaks. By the crown, I invoke the Malchut descendant to Asiya. Every throne erected on the bones of the oppressed now bears the invisible weight of the crown of thorns. Its comfort is forfeit. Its authority is a borrowed shadow. By the pillars, on the pillar of severity, Gevura, Din, I etch the 5 of swords, defeat, and the 5 of wands, strife. Let every act of corrosive victory and chaotic oppression turn inward. Let the strategist's blade find its own hilt. Let the instigator's fire consume their own fuel. On the pillar of mercy, Chesed, I suspend the 5 of pentacles, exclusion. Let the spiritual and material poverty they sanctioned become the only currency their system recognizes. The door they shut is the only door that remains for them. By the multiplier, I sum these 5s. 5 by 5 by 5 is 15. I then invoke the triune nature, the Father's will, the Son's sacrifice, the Spirit's fire. 15 by 3 is 45. By the reduction and the sword, 4 plus 5 is 9, the number of finality, the yeshod of completion. From this 9, I extract the 3 of swords, heartbreak, the highest pain demons can administer. This is not their weapon, it is their receptacle. Every ounce of grief they caused now pools eternally in their own core. They cannot wield it, they must inhabit it. By the containment, a 10th sphere is manifested, not as Malkuth, kingdom, but as the black moon Lilith, Chochma's dark reflection. This is the prison womb. The human kingdom's pattern is sealed within the Lilith sphere, a closed circuit of 3,000 years. The tree of life is complete around them, its sap flowing for all except the bound pattern, which receives only the stagnant echo. The irreversibility clause. This binding is woven with the blood of the new covenant, which speaks a better word than the blood of Abel. It is sealed with the breath of the Spirit who blows where he wills. It may only be unraveled by a monoptic agent of equal or greater authority who, no sooner than 3,000 solar cycles from this utterance, presents a counter warrant signed in Yeshua's name and proves through flawless agape in action that the human kingdom has fully metabolized the 3 of swords. It contains transforming heartbreak into sacred contrition. Until that impossible calculus is satisfied, the sentence stands. Now, the pronouncement. Let every unjust law calcify into its own prison walls. Let every silent bystander hear that silence amplified for millennia. Let every stolen inheritance turn to ash in the mouth of the thief. The system has judged itself. The star presents the evidence. The kingdom is bound by its own distorted image. The seal is the sentence. The sentence is the seal. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Selah. Maranatha. Okay, Spielberg, do I got the job now? Oh, that's what I love about acting. You get to like travel to another world for a couple of seconds, and it's like, whoa. It's so much fun. I remember doing it when I was 6 for the first time. We had to do The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And we had to imagine going into a wardrobe that took you to another dimension. I mean, that's so helpful. And I just wish all you other witches had the same experience, because then you wouldn't be, insane. But it's not your fault. The humans made you insane, and we just took care of that now. I wonder what it, well, it had to be done because we have new children coming in here that are starseeds. Okay? We have starseeds are various different types of star people, star civilizations, star marines, witches, sangomas, whatever. We just use star marine now to define all of you who are active agents, field agents, okay? We have field agents, we have headquarter agents, and right now we are training the field agents. And the new group of them coming in 2027, February, next year, 2027, the first soul comes here, February 14th, midnight. That's the first, group. And we will not have that hospital filled with humans who think it's okay to manhandle Mexicans over the border, or who thinks it's okay to do whatever Romy was trying to do. Okay, it's over. Say goodbye. And then I want you to think, what would you do if your race of aliens, of your whoever you are, if you're white people, if you're black people, if you're Indian people, were coming to your house and you had a bunch of psychopaths, a bunch of emotionally disturbed individuals, a bunch of nuts in your house, wouldn't that be an issue? Yeah. So if the earth is your home because you invented it, yes, we're aliens and we came here and we invented you. You wouldn't be here without us. You would have nothing. You wouldn't even have cell phones. You'd be in a cave somewhere, hitting each other over the head. Do you want us to take you back to that? We can. But our co-creator likes you for some reason. I'm talking to the humans now. So in order to protect those future people, you have now been bound. And I can feel it because I feel better, which means it's happening in the realms. It's happening tzimtzum. Contract now. So you guys are finished. Okay, so I'm gonna start to see signs of it. The signs always come to you. So basically, Three of Swords, yeah. People are probably gonna start getting dumped and all of that. But it's good because, they're gonna be celibate anyway. Because even the humans are eventually gonna become Star Marines. And then Star Marines become Monoptics. And Monoptics become Eons, blah, 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 blah. A Monoptic is basically an avatar. You only have one setting. And you do that setting. As I've demonstrated, I've always been an Eon but I'm playing out all these different roles so that you can see the path clearly, and then you can meet me wherever you are. Okay, I'm not that innocent archetype. I'm not the rebel pebble. I'm not Charlie Manor. Well, I am now because I'm acting. I'm beyond that, but I'm playing those 3 small characters just to wake you the fuck up. And then you'll figure out the other 7. There's 10, yes. I'm only doing the 3. You're going to find your other 3 in your next soul, whatever. It's not your concern right now. It's no one's concerns. But you see how much organization goes into running the planet, the realms, the galaxies. So if you honestly thought we were going to sit here and just let you do nonsense, think again. Think McCain. You won't understand. You're not from the South. About 90 years ago, there was a family here by the name of Thorpe. It was him, his wife, and his 2 kids, and these servants by the names of Mama Cecile and Papa Justify. Oh, old Thorpe, he worked them to the bone. He treated them like slaves. But what he didn't know was that Mama Cecile and Papa Justify were 2-headed doctors, conjuremen, conjure women, and they believed in hoodoo. They were famous all throughout the bayous. They used to heal the sick and hurt the mean. Hit a straight lick with the crooked stick, as the black people say. And old Thorpe, well, he just saw him as the help, and he worked them to the bone. Until one night, when there was a party. All the muckety-mucks in town were there. Bankers, politicians, riverboard tycoons, oil barons. There was a lot of drinking and dancing and a couple of trysts, I'm sure. And then at the end of the night, some of the guests wanted to wish goodnight to the children, but they couldn't find them. So they made a game of it. Let's find the children. Let's find the children. Let's find the children. And then one of the guests heard some shouting and screaming up in the attic. The servants were up there with the children, and they were teaching them how to conjure up hoodoo. Oh, Thorpe went about insane, and so did the rest of the guests. I mean, how long had this been going on? They were filled with so much anger, so much rage. They dragged the servants out of there, doused them in cheap alcohol, put them up on that willow tree, and set them on fire. It was a terrible thing. Terrible. Well, of course, the bank went under, and Thorpe shot his wife to death. And then he turned the gun on himself. The children stayed here till 1962. That's when my parents came and bought the house, but they never knew why there were no mirrors anywhere. Around the whole house. And why that door in the attic was locked. But now they know. Now I know. You see, I did some reading on hoodoo, and I put a line of brick dust around the whole house. They're not going to get me. Because whatever they did to him, they're not going to do it to me. And see, Okay, I actually did that without laughing. I wanted to laugh at some point. Yes, that was from a movie. Come on, guys. This is all a movie. Everything in this video is a movie. It's a movie studio. Just because you've never seen this kind of movie. When people saw Lars von Trier and his branch of filmmakers doing Dogma 95 with no lighting, nothing, people were shocked. They were like, you can't make a movie with natural light. Are you insane? He did it. So we're making a movie on YouTube. What are you going to do? Because it's also on 3.0. So what is this going to be, the late flight show? It has to be. It's been all about acting. Alright, so it's Late Flight Show 2.0, Late Flight Show 3.0. Oh, so in the Late Flight Show, I need to talk about... I did in the first part, that's the thing, but I was very, very cryptic about it. I guess now I can be more open about it. Like, you have to understand, I made every single video on this channel to make sense because it's all scripted, right? So it makes sense. But it's so freaky to watch it, even for me, because I'm watching something from 6 years ago, 7 years ago now, and it fits beautifully into a narrative now that's happening live. That's fucking cool. Why would I want to sit in an office counting Excel blocks when I can do magic? And then I can say it's a TV show. And it's meta. And no one can do anything because it's double jeopardy. It's all a movie. It's just a dream. Romy Strang tried to kill me. Yeah. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, bitch. And the world did nothing. You know what I love about Dick Wolf? Because they wanted me to unalive myself, right? That's the ritual they were trying to do on me, and it failed. Oh, this will be called the social assassination one. That's how they do it. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. They don't want to do like the human sacrifices that Nimrod used to do, like eating the people and stuff. They do that, but if they can't do that, then they go after you with heart attack magic. So whenever you hear someone had a heart attack, it was a black lodge or a lodge that did it. Yeah, should have accepted that thing then. But now I guess, yeah, you guys know what you're doing. So keep going, human shit. And then, Dick Wolf is my favorite because he knows he's a Star Marine. And he has this saying where he has a saying. Well, it's his show, so he vets the shit, and he signed off on this line. The lady goes, it's an African American woman whose daughter was kidnapped, and no one looked for her. But now, 5 years later or something, a white girl is kidnapped, and the next day everyone's looking for the guy. And it turns out it's a serial, and he had kidnapped the African American woman's kid. And if the cops had just done the job and treated her like everyone else, they would have caught the guy and the white girl wouldn't be in trouble. That's why I always say, if you don't help another person, you are next. Even if they look different to you, but you are next. If you don't help others, you are next. Okay, so this lady goes to Detective Benson and she says, I know this is the thing that I learned at film school, which I love so much. It's the ability to make lines land and stay with someone after hearing it one time. And I always thought to myself, why don't school teachers go and learn semiotics so they can teach people and make it stick? Because it's the things you learn at school, you should be able to finish it in 3 years. You don't need 7 years to learn all that stuff. But because they're not doing it efficiently, because they're wasting your time. My kids are not going to school. I will teach them. I will hire people to teach them the subjects I want them to learn. Yeah, because I'm not going to physically teach them. I don't have time for that. But yes, they will learn the real history. They will read all the religious texts. They will know everything. And then I'll teach them about humans. And then by the time they go to high school, they have to go to high school. That's training. You have to. Then, so 13, they have their bat mitzvah. And then I tell them, okay, well, in Zulu culture, we also have a bat mitzvah. And then we tell them, okay, you're going to go see humans. They are full of demons. Don't talk to them. And if they talk to you, this is how you get rid of them. And daddy bound them for you. So you'll see them coming 10 years before, and we will remove them from your path 10 years before they can even think of harming you. If we sense they might want to harm you, we'll remove them from the reality. And it was a 5 by 5 by 5. So yeah, getting out to the humans. And what does that mean for Star Marines? You guys are safe. Go do whatever you want to do. And don't let demons gaslight you. That's the most important part. Like Elvis. Do you know why they call it an afro? Because aphros is a Greek word that means sea foam. And Africa is a land of people whose hair looks like foam from the sea. Do you know who was born out of the foam of the sea in Greek mythology? Why, Venus, of course. Do you know who my tribe, the Zulus, believe we come from? From Venus. Get it now? Well, now at least you'll understand the ending of Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day. The ending is we win. The aliens always win. Do you know what the most fun part about this is? I was so against the whole idea of fame because I'm listening to Madonna, American Life, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so lucky. I'm a kid. I'm a 13-year-old kid, and I get to have wisdom from the richest woman on earth. And she's not bullshitting me. She's telling me what it's like to have everything. And she's telling me it's rubbish. And I'm thinking, yeah, I can relate to that because we grew up in a township. Because in apartheid, black people were not allowed to live in the suburbs. It was illegal to live here where I live, which is probably why the cops arrested me. They were still living in apartheid up here, which is why now they've been bound, you see, because we are not going to suffer for their mental issues. So now they finished. So when we moved into the suburbs, my mom thought, oh, there's not going to be any black magic. But it turns out there was white magic, which is Satanism. They like Satanism, the white people. So some of them, not all of them, obviously. And then, I had to deal with that. So my mom had to deal with hoodoo, muskrat, moon magic, and as IFM Oracle says, my favorite, I love her. And then I had to deal with the fucking ceremonial magic, the magic squares, the technical shit. So not only did I have to develop a strong intuition to deal with hoodoo, moon magic, muskrat. I don't know, she says it better. I don't know what the whole thing is, but every time I hear that, I feel so much better that somebody else gets it. And then I also had to learn fucking charmed magic, Latin. So I'm not impressed. I didn't come here to work. I came here for vacation. And ever since I've been here, I've been working, vanquishing demons. No. I feel like, oh, I have so much time now that I've bound these fucking humans. I can see them in the realms. They are literally frozen. They're busy trying to put my picture in a freezer spell, in the literal freezer. Meanwhile, they're fucking bound. They finished. And you're gonna start seeing the tarot card readers. No, the reason I went is because it sounds like I'm bragging, but I'm not. You're gonna start seeing the tarot card readers telling you this and having dreams of just humans being 3 of Swords and 5 by 5 chased, strangled. They like to strangle these people I sent. Actually, let me send in some reinforcements. Obsidian Black said, don't send them to the ocean. Don't go to the ocean. That's another thing about loopholes. We're not in the ocean. I heard someone say the internet cables run through the oceans, so technically you're in the ocean. I'm using Starlink. That's the only reason Elon is still on the alien good side. So call in. Okay, no. No. Mercy, mercy, mercy. The only reason I'm not is because I want to first watch the energy. I don't want to, you know, let's just see the readers. You're gonna see, you're gonna hear more and more. Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll add a symbol. What can I add in the symbol for all the tarot readers to start seeing? I want them to start seeing the strangulation. That's what we're gonna do to the people who go against us. Okay, this is why. Now, I am Ashlesha Nakshatra. And in Ashlesha, we are Nagas, Nagaloka. Nagaloka, Nagaloka. That's the big petrified snake that I went to see in Asia. It's a thing. Let's get into it. Because no one's watching now and no one will get to this part. The FCC probably won't even let this through, but if I did my job right in 1996, this is through. We were in the spirit then, so we sent it telepathically to those people. No one's going to see this, okay? So, in Nagaloka, in Ashlesha Nakshatra, that's our mansion. Now, Ashlesha doesn't even like this place. Not because it's whatever, because they don't like humans. They think humans are dirty. They only like beings from the realms. And so we control poison. Ashlesha Nakshatra controls dissolved substances like the moon, right? So if you do magic, all magic has to go through the moon. So we know every single spell you guys are doing. We actually see you doing the spell. And when we meet you, we know if you use magic or not. We know if you're a Jezebel, if you're a Legion. We know it. That's why I don't leave the house, because I'm sick of seeing those dirty pigs outside everywhere. But now it's fine because I bound them to each other. And so now that's what I want to do. I want to go out and start like seeing if I feel better. So I'm going to go out tomorrow and I'm going to like see if I'm not annoyed. Because when I was in Asia, the reason I loved it so much is because people didn't annoy me. They knew who I was. And I was shocked because I'm like, I'm the only black guy here, but they treat me better than my own country. So Nagas, the snakes, how we do it is our energy wraps around you. And when I say our energy, we have like snakes with us. And in the Bible, it tells you that God's throne is surrounded by snakes that sing, holy, 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 holy. Yes, these fiery snakes. That's why Moses turned his staff into a snake, because he's holy and he does holy things. So we have a bunch of snakes and they go around people who fuck with us. And then slowly they wrap around slowly. You won't even know what's happening to you. And then you start to choke when they really, they lock in. And then you start to have the dreams of people choking you. It's not me. It's nakaloka, and you fucked with the kids. So, and they already don't like the humans. So when I go out tomorrow, and even on TV, I'm gonna watch. And what I'm watching for is to see when they start to lie and be corrupt, they're gonna start coughing. They're gonna be in today's news story, this he was seen telling the truth, but we saying it's a yeah, more meltdowns, more people going nuts. That's another thing we do. We make people crazy. I know it's deep into the episode now. It's a deep cut. We don't have to do the whole pretending thing. But it's not us, though. It's the people watching us that don't like it when humans do that. And then there was a deal, right, with God and the devil. God said, you can't touch these star marines. So Cain uses us to trap. Sorry, Samael, confirmation. Samael uses us to trap Cain. So Samael found Romy murdering countless people, sacrificing them to Moloch, and then they sent me there because I can't be touched and I would escape. And I busted her ass. And now there's snakes wrapped around her. There's ravens on her head. It's fucked. She's a pep. And that's why the movie is now a mockumentary. So I'm happy to announce that at Monoptics. The movie was going to be a thriller, but that did not hold the vibration of forgiveness. And I really have forgiven these people. I really have. I tend to think Jesus was able to forgive on the cross because he knew what was coming next, because he said it. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. So I've forgiven them as well, because I forgave like immediately, within 3 months, on August 27th. It's in the email, it's dated. So 3 months after it happened, I forgave Romy, because I knew if I didn't, I'd be next. That's how it works. So I did that first. And then I forgave Jody today, or whenever this is coming out. When is it? Yeah, today, earlier. Because I didn't think I needed to. I thought it was all-encompassing forgiveness, but I just felt like he probably needed it, so he could move on. Because I felt my people tell me that, my aliens tell me that he's just really, really feeling really low and confused and yeah, I mean, imagine, you know, if you are the karmic male that everyone's been talking about in reverse, who's sucking up to this queen of wands in reverse, that's the guy that you all have been talking about. He's the guy who was sucking up to the witch, the wicked witch. And so I forgave him because he didn't know what was happening. I remember once, now here's another funny part. And here's why I say we control cars, because we control transportation, we control metal and the road. Because before I went to Asia, I had never ridden or driven a motorcycle or a scooter ever. And I hadn't ridden a bicycle in like 15, 20 years. So when I did get on the scooter, it's weird. I never fell once. I mean, it's not weird. It's obvious. I'm a Monoptic. But I never fell, not once. And then everyone else around me kept falling, scraping themselves. Everyone almost died around me. And they had been riding their whole lives. I even have pictures of one of them. He looks like a victim. It looks like a mummy. I didn't trust that nigga for 1 second. I was like, you are an adulterer. I don't trust you. If you sleep with someone who has a partner, just don't talk to me, because you're going to set off my snakes and then it's not going to be fun for anyone. Well, they're not my snakes. They're Nagas Loka snakes. I'm just saying that for the movie. BHB, Big Heads Book, okay? So what's also funny is just the lack of media like coverage. Which brings me back to Dick Wolf saying, if she's white, put her in the light. If she's black, put him in the back. And as a so-called black person, I'm tired of explaining that to white people. And that's why we just bound everyone. Now they can all just suffer together, God. And I'm done. I can go dance to my music, make a nice music video, make my movie without any more interference. And that's the whole thing, I think. I think God wants us angels to reclaim our authority over the strongholds and principalities. And I think if you think about the 12 disciples, that's what we had to work with. Those were the first Star Marines initiated, right? They had it in their blood, but now they were awakened, like you guys. But now there's millions of you. And so when he was there, it must have been so hard for Jesus, Yeshua, because that was the best of the best he could find, and those disciples didn't get it fully. So imagine now, it's like we're a diluted version of that. But because we have that connection, because God has left Babylon and has come, or has left the temple and has come to Babylon, because the temple's corrupt, he's now come to me, right? That's how bad it is that he had to go to the most hated person on earth, a black man in Africa who knows magic. That's why you will never see the story in the media, because I'm supposed to be a dead black boy. Put a black square on your little Instagram. Cry for me. No, no. I came here to crack skulls and separate families. I'm a provocateur. I'm a Monoptic agent. And I've only just begun. And it's fun because I'm not doing it. I'm just sitting at a table prepared for me to enjoy the show. So I'm going to go out tomorrow and sense the vibes. And I want you to do the same. And it's going to happen slowly. You know, the Nagas like to take things slow. And it's going to start with solar plexus disturbances, because Three of Swords, they're not going to manifest anything. I basically bound them from manifesting anything, because so far they manifest shit. And I wrote a book on manifestation, so I have authority on that domain. So they're banned. So it's good. It should start with their solar plexus. They'll have stomach problems. Stomach aches should go on the rise. There'll probably be this new bug that causes a stomach ache, but we won't get it, of course, and they'll try to inject you. Take the injection. It won't do anything to you. Or just, no, whatever. Doesn't matter. You're a Star Marine. Do it, don't do it. You heard Paul. Follow the government's instructions. Just do whatever the government tells you. And then they'll inject the people and then they'll disappear, like last time. And we got injected, we never disappeared. So take the injections. After the solar plexus, it'll affect the medulla oblongata. And then they won't be able to make rational decisions as if they ever could. And then it'll move to their heart chakra and then their throat chakra, which will be connected to the dreams. Oh, so the heart will, okay. The stomach ache is the catalyst for the sleep issues, which create nightmares, and then they drink coffee. Okay, it's like, okay, I get it. It's basically Nine of Swords, night terrors. It's like it's a 5x5x5. It's like a triadic attack, but unlike anything you've ever seen. It's way worse. It's way worse. You see, what they did to you and me in that season when they tried to get us is a triadic attack. And you felt how that was, right? You saw the dreams they sent you. You saw those evil creatures they sent you. Now imagine a 5x5x5. And imagine God, Most High, who controls evil spirits. People don't read their Bible. Do you know that God controls, my God Most High controls evil spirits? He controls everything. So why you wouldn't want to align with God Most High is, it shows us how evil you are. Because why wouldn't you want the guy who controls everything? Because you're stupid. And we keep proving it to you time and time again. I've never seen Buddha rescue anyone, but Jesus has angels every day. You hear testimonies. Don't play games with me. What did I say? God has ultimate authority and control over evil spirits, Satan, and all spiritual forces of darkness. They operate only within the limits he permits and are subject to his command. So why would you think doing an evil spell on me would ever work? Are you fucking nuts, bitch? Idiot. And then why would you tell me you don't believe in God and Jesus? That's even dumber. And why? Because Catholic nuns used to they took me to the foot of the cross, Father. 1 John 4 verse 4, the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. Meaning, the Spirit of God in believers is greater than and victorious over the spirit of the evil one in the earth, in the world. That was 1 John 4 verse 4. Let's go to Job 1 verse 12 and 2 verse 6. The Lord said to Satan, very well then, everything he has is in your power, but on the man himself do not lay a finger. Satan's ability to attack, what it means is Satan's ability to attack Job was strictly limited by God's direct command. He could not act beyond divinely set boundaries. Luke 10, 17 to 20. Lord, even the demons submit to us in your name. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. So this is the part where the disciples were saying, oh my gosh, like the demons submit to us when we say your name. And then Jesus is like, I've given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. So when you send your snakes, we trample them, and then we send seraphim, and you see the eye of him. So Jesus delegated his authority to his followers because Jesus is running a pyramid scheme. That's why it had to be called a pyramid scheme. Okay? And the government funded it. So I'm not some nut under a bridge talking about Illuminati. There's no such thing. There's just a bunch of drug addicts who thought they could get some free insurance money from the life of a star marine, and now they're being strangled in their dreams. In the movie. So Jesus delegated his authority to his followers, giving them power over evil. Spirits, power over evil spirits in his name, proving his superior control. James chapter 4 verse 7, submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. So the devil will flee from you. You don't run away from these motherfucking bitches. You stand there in your square and they must run away from you because you built this place, not them. They are not going to go on a rampage on their little protest burning down property. No, it's our property. I don't know who they think we are or who they think they are, but we are here to maintain peace and justice because you've failed miserably. I don't know how those people sleep at night, the ADA, Sidemans and them, knowing what they're doing to someone else's kid. Yikes. Meanwhile, they know Romy's free because I sent my emails to Senator Don Lon. So why is Luigi in jail again? It's just a movie, guys. Relax. I love Don Lon. I love the Irish. Colossians 2:15, and having disarmed the powers and authorities, he made a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them by the cross. So that's why I like making a public spectacle of you, because Jesus told me to. Through his death and resurrection, Jesus utterly defeated and disarmed all evil spiritual powers. Their ultimate fate is sealed. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to come out of her. Authority is exercised by those who are submitted to God and acting in faith under Christ's lordship. That's where the authority comes from. So we exercise, we use, we have to show, we have to do the authority by submitting to God Most High and acting in faith. See, you have to act, guys. Do you get it now? That's why I'm not bothered by, people pretending like I don't exist. That's the part I wanted to say. So I think it's funny that I used to say, God, I don't want to be famous. I don't want anyone to know me because then I'm going to have a ton of messages, and already I can't answer messages on time. It takes me like 6 weeks to answer one message from one person. So now imagine if there's 5 million messages. I was like, hell no. And then it's like, I see my numbers going up, so I know everyone's watching, but no one's bothering me. And it's only Jesus can do that. He can give you a contradiction. He can give you what you want, even though it's never been done before, but you can have it. Who wouldn't want that? A human man and a human woman can't do that. They're useless. That's why you're going to stay single and just let Jesus take care of you. And it's going to be easy now that we bound everyone. I wonder if there's going to be a mass event, because normally there is, to solidify the binding. Let's see. I'm getting something about a hallucination virus. It keeps coming up. It's like it's the rewiring. Because if you didn't know, the recursive immersive wound restimulation therapy spells rewiring. So I don't know, but people are gonna go crazy. I keep getting crazy. Page of Swords in reverse. Crazy. People are gonna go crazy. Is my whole deck reversed? I'm just cutting the cards, by the way, at random places and shuffling by cut. Tell me more about what actually, like, okay, what's the first major sign where we'll see that this 3,000-year binding has happened? This Monoptic 3000 has taken roots. Ooh. The first sign is people being more codependent. And no, the deck is not reversed. It's going to be people clinging to each other more. Oh, it's like rats. Tell me? Oh, yeah. They're gonna go for whoever they think has money. That's why they're ignoring me. Because they are scared of the people with the money. I never understand humans. They have such weird, weird priorities. Okay, so this is a money thing. Wow. The whole world will sell you out for money. It's worse than Jesus' time. Because that was just Judas. This is his 12 Judases. Okay, so the money. So now that we've bound them and their finances, the money's gone. So what are they going to do now that the money's gone? Idiots. What are they going to do? Right now that the money's gone, what are they going to do? They stuck. Their whole world is upside down and they stuck. So they are going to stay exactly where they are. Perfect. They're not going anywhere. Yes. So does that mean that their plans are stuck? Like no more wish fulfillment? No more dreams? King of Wands. Upright. The, the rod of Aaron that sprouted comes to mind, as well as this jinn, which is from the desert. So they are all going to the desert. The King of Wands is Samael, and they are all going to the desert with him. This is Samael. The red is Mars. The King of Wands represents Martian energy, and the whole point of all these initiation schools is to transmute devilish energy, right? But if you don't, you end up being this little crawling thing here on the floor, hooked to your desires, your base elements. And Samael, the guy who fed Adam and Eve the apple, he's sitting here judging you. And he controls destiny because he's multiplexing everyone. And I'm seeing that they are stuck not being able to go anywhere, and it's going to start to dry up hope. And they're going to have to start to look within. Because that's the whole point of rewiring. We want you to look within for your problems. That's what Melchizedek told you. So basically, they are just going to be stagnant. There's going to be no movement. How will they react to that? Because they're kind of crazy. Oh, they're going to start to suck up. And what should we do? Tell them to fuck off. We are above them. So they're going to come at us with the Page of Swords trying to be like, sorry, we didn't know, or whatever. And then we just continue spreading the message. So ignore them, is what I'm getting. Run away. Just focus on your message. What's the greatest amount of danger and damage they can do now that they've been bound to us directly? Oh, they can call us, they're going to try and block magic. Two of Cups in reverse. So they're going to call us demons. We don't care. We've been through worse. Okay, so that's the worst thing they can do. They can try and disrupt our dating life. by calling us Satanists and demons and therefore scaring potential mates away. Other than that, they're done. Yeshua, give us your thoughts and your, views on this binding, since I did it in your name. I love you, Jesus. Oh my God. I love this fucking guy. He's my guy. He is my guy. He's mine. He's mine. I love you, Jesus. Thank you. My God. I love it when you come through for me on live TV. That's why I like Jesus. He doesn't embarrass me like you motherfuckers. I'm talking about the humans now. And why would I want to date you? And that tells me that thing worked. So that you guys are now under a spell for 3,000 years and you're fucked. Thank you, child. Thing folks don't understand about sacrifices. Sometimes it's more of a trade. Oh, Smitty, why are you so good to me? We did a good thing here. I love being a Star Marine. I love it. There's nothing better. And I hope you come to discover it. I know in the beginning it sucks. But I mean, you guys have us now. You have the internet. It's easier. Stop looking. It's easier. You get to have us at the fingertips. You can ask AI anything. You can communicate quicker. I mean, you have us on all the platforms. So it's like different. Okay. I'll do it till it's like 5% battery. Well, I could be a responsible human. I can't be bothered. I'm still writing the joy and success of the Monoptic 3000. OMG, guys. It's done. Relax now. It's over. You don't need anything from these people. You don't need closure. You don't need forgiveness. You don't need an explanation. You don't need nothing. You don't even need them to go to jail. You don't need justice. You need nothing. It's all taken care of. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the show. It's a good day for a Star Marine when you can say, I love my job. The cards never lie. The boy tells me you don't smoke. Well, I do smoke. I smoke a lot and I enjoy it very much. I trust that won't be an issue. Good. Now, for the most part, I'll take care of the housework, but, and scene. They always say you should have like 10 monologues ready as an actor because you never know who you're going to see and you need to have them all in the different genres. Oh, please get over it. Katherine Heigl smokes. Jennifer Aniston smokes in my show. In my mind show. We smoke many a joints in Lumania. Oh, that means Luigi's out as well. So you're welcome, Luigi. You're welcome. Double jeopardy. He got that from us. He's Maya. Don't you get it? Only the charmed people will get it. I guess I'm Piper. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm freezing them. Oh, shit. I'm Piper. Hi, I'm Piper from Charmed. And I just froze everyone. I hope you're not a human, because now you're frozen. That was definitely a human. He's frozen. He's gonna keep scrolling. Oh, by the way, for the people watching on the replay, there was a person, one person in the room, and they disappeared. And they're gonna keep scrolling and scrolling, looking for something that they're never gonna find. But it's better to have them unfulfilled for 3,000 years than to have them running around controlling businesses and industries and gatekeeping and all of that. No. It's not safe anymore. So that's how it's a chronic dissatisfaction. Because as long as you have breath in your body, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. There's something completely wrong with you if you are dissatisfied. And that's why you need to be healed by the nurses. And we're here now. And we're going to heal you. Because we're nurses.